The Amazing Marriage by George Meredith, Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. Enter Dame Gossip as chorus. Everybody has heard of the beautiful Countess of Cresset, who was one of the lights of this country at the time when crowned heads were running over Europe, crying out for charity's sake, to be amused after their tiresome work of slaughter. And you know what a dread they have of moping. She was famous for her fun and high spirits, besides her good looks, which you may judge of for yourself on a walk down most of our great noblemen's collections of pictures in England, where you will behold her as the goddess Diana fitting an arrow to a bow, and elsewhere an Amazon holding a spear, or a lady with dogs in the costume of the day, and in one place she is a nymph, if not Diana herself, gazing at her naked feet, before her attendants loosen her tunic for her to take the bath, and her hounds are pricking their ears, and you see antlers of a stag behind a block of stone. She was a wonderful swimmer among other things, and one early morning, when she was a girl, she did really swim, they say, across the Shannon and back, to win a bet for her brother, Lord Levellier, the colonel of cavalry, who left an arm in Egypt and changed his way of life to become a wizard, as the common people about his neighbourhood supposed, because he foretold the weather and had cures for aches and pains without a doctor's diploma. But we know now that he was only a mathematician and astronomer, all for inventing military engines. The brother and sister were great friends in their youth, when he had his right arm to defend her reputation with, and she would have done anything on earth to please him. There is a picture of her in an immense flat white silk hat, trimmed with pale blue, like a pavilion, the broadest brim ever seen, and she simply sits on a chair, and Venus, the Queen of Beauty, would have been extinguished under that hat, I am sure, and only to look at Countess Fanny's eye beneath the brim she has tipped ever so slightly in her artfulness makes the absurd thing graceful and suitable. Oh, she was a cunning one. But you must be on your guard against the scandal-mongers and collectors of anecdotes, and worst of any, the critics of our galleries of art, for she being in almost all of them, the principal painters of the day were on their knees for the favour of a sitting. They have to speak of her pretty frequently, and they season their dish, the coxcombs do, by hinting a knowledge of her history. Here we come to another portrait of the beautiful, but we fear naughty Countess of Cresset. You are to imagine that they know everything, and they are so indulgent when they drop their blot on a lady's character. They can boast of nothing more than having read Nimni's letters and correspondence, published, fortunately for him, when he was no longer to be called to account below for his malicious insinuations, pretending to decency in initials and dashes. That man was a hater of women and the clergy. He was one of the horrid creatures who write with a wink at you, which sets the wicked part of us on fire. I have known it myself, and I own it to my shame, and if I happened to be ignorant of the history of Countess Fanny, I could not refute his wantonness. He has just the same benevolent leer for a bishop. Give me, if we are to make a choice, the beggar's breech for decency, I say. I like it vastly in preference to a Nimny who leads you up to the curtain and agitates it and bids you to retire on tiptoe. You cannot help being angry with the man for both reasons, but he is the writer society delights in, to show what it is composed of. A man brazen enough to declare that he could hold us in suspense about the adventures of a broomstick, with the aid of a yashmak and an ankle, may know the world. You had better not know him, that is my remark, and do not trust him. He tells the story of the old buccaneer in fear of the public, for it was general property, but of course he finishes with a Nimny touch. So the old buccaneer is the doubloon she takes in exchange for a handful of silver pieces. There is no such handful to exchange, not of the kind he sickeningly nudges at you. I will prove to you it was not Countess Fanny's naughtiness, though she was indeed very blamable. Women should walk in armour as if they were born to it, for these cold sneerers will never waste their darts on cuirasses. An independent, brave young creature, exposing herself thoughtlessly in her reckless innocence, is the victim for them. They will bring all society down on her with one of their explosive sly words, appearing so careless, the cowards. I say without hesitation, her conduct with regard to Kirby, the old buccaneer, as he was called, however indefensible in itself, warrants her at heart an innocent young woman much to be pitied. Only to think of her, I could sometimes drop into a chair for a good cry. And of him too, and their daughter Corinthia Jane was the pair of them as to that, and so was Chilon John the son. Those critics quoting Nimny should look at the portrait of her in the long saloon of Cresset Castle, where she stands in blue and white, completely dressed, near a table supporting a couple of holster pistols, and then let them ask themselves whether they would speak of her so if her little hand could move. Well, and so the tale of her swim across the Shannon River and back drove the young Earl of Cresset straight over to Ireland to propose for her, he saying that she was the girl to suit his book, not allowing her time to think of how much he might be the man to suit hers. The marriage was what is called a good one, both full of frolic, and he wealthy and rather handsome, and she quite lovely and spirited. No wonder the whole town was very soon agog about the couple, until at the end of a year People began to talk of them separately, she going her way and he his. She could not always be on the top of a coach, which was his throne of happiness. Plenty of stories are current still of his fame as a four-in-hand coachman. They say he once drove an emperor and a king, a prince chancellor, and a pair of field marshals, and some ladies of the day, from the metropolis to Richmond Hill in 50 or 60 odd minutes, having the ground cleared all the way by bell and summons, and only a donkey-cart and man and a deaf old woman to pay for, and went, as you can imagine, at such a tearing gallop that those grand highnesses had to hold on for their lives, and lost their hats along the road; and a publican at Kew exhibits one above his bar to the present hour. And Countess Fanny was up among them, they say. She was equal to it, and some say that was the occasion of her meeting the old buccaneer. She met him at Richmond in Surrey, we know for certain. It was on Richmond Hill, where the old king met his lass. They say Countess Fanny was parading the hill to behold the splendid view, always admired so much by foreigners, with their achs and hecks, and surrounded by her crowned courtiers in frogged uniforms and mustachioed like sea-horses, a little before dinner-time, when Kirby passed her, and the Emperor made a remark on him, for Kirby was a magnificent figure of a man, and used to be compared to a three-decker entering harbour after a victory. He stood 6 feet 4, and was broad-shouldered and deep-chested to match, and walked like a king who has humbled his enemy. You have seen big dogs. And so Countess Fanny looked round. Kirby was doing the same, but he had turned right about, and appeared transfixed, and like a royal beast angry with his wound. If ever there was love at first sight, and a dreadful love, like a runaway mail-coach in a storm of wind and lightning at black midnight by the banks of a flooded river, which was formerly our comparison for terrible situations, it was when those two met. And what, you exclaim, Buccaneer Kirby, full 65, and Countess Fanny no more than 23, a young beauty of the world of fashion, courted by the highest, and she in love with him? Go and gaze at one of our big ships coming out of an engagement home, with all her flags flying, and her crew manning the yards. That will give you an idea of a young woman's feelings for an old warrior, never beaten down an inch by anything he had to endure, matching him, I dare say, in her woman's heart, with the mighty highnesses who had only smelt the outside edge of battle. She did rarely admire a valiant man. Old as Methuselah, he would have made her kneel to him. She was all heart for a real hero. The story goes that Countess Fanny sent her husband to Captain Kirby at the Emperor's request to inquire his name, and on hearing it she struck her hands on her bosom, telling his Majesty he saw there the bravest man in the king's dominions, which the Emperor scarce crediting, and observing that the man must be then a superhuman being to be so distinguished in a nation of the brave, Countess Fanny related the well-known tale of Captain Kirby and the ship full of mutineers, and how, when not a man of them stood by him, and he in the service of the first insurgent state of Spanish America, to save his ship from being taken over to the enemy, he blew her up 15 miles from land, and so he got to shore, swimming and floating alternately, and was called Old Sky High by English sailors, any number of whom could always be had to sail under Buccaneer Kirby. He fought on shore as well, and once he came down from the tops of the Andes with a black beard turned white, and went into action with the title of Kirby's Ghost. But his heart was on salt water. He was never so much at home as in a ship foundering or splitting into the clouds. We are told that he never forgave the Admiralty for striking him off the list of English naval captains, which is no doubt why in his old age he nursed a grudge against his country. Ours, I am sure, was the loss, and many have thought so since. He was a mechanician, a master of stratagems, and would say that brains will beat grim death if we have enough of them. He was a standing example of the lessons of his own Maxims for Men, a very curious book that fetches a rare price now wherever a copy is put up for auction. I shudder at them as if they were muzzles of firearms pointed at me, but they were not addressed to my sex, and still they give me an interest in the writer, who would declare that he had never failed in an undertaking without stripping bare to expose to himself where he had been wanting in intention and determination. There you may see a truly terrible man. So, the Emperor being immensely taken with Kirby's method of preserving discipline on board ship, because, as we say to the madman, your strait waistcoat is my easy chair, monarchs have a great love of discipline, he begged Countess Fanny's permission that he might invite Captain Kirby to his table, and Countess Fanny, she had the name from the ballad, I am the star of prince and czar, my light is shed on many, but I wait here till my bold buccaneer makes prize of Countess Fanny. For the popular imagination was extraordinarily roused by the elopement, and there were songs and ballads out of number. Countess Fanny dispatched her husband to Captain Kirby again, meaning no harm, though the poor man is laughed at in the songs for going twice upon his mission. None of the mighty people repented of having the old buccaneer, for that night at all events. He sat in the midst of them, you may believe, like the lord of that table, with his great white beard and hair, not a lock of it shed, and his bronze lion face, and a resolute but a merry eye that he had. He was no deep drinker of wine, but when he did drink, and the wine champagne, he drank to show his disdain of its powers, and the Emperor, wishing for a narrative of some of his exploits, particularly the blowing up of his ship, Kirby paid his Majesty the compliment of giving it him as boldly as an official report to the Admiralty. So disengaged and calm was he, with his bottles of champagne in him, where another would have been sparkling and laying on the colours, that he was then and there offered admiral's rank in the Imperial Navy, and the old buccaneer, like a courtier of our best days, bows to Countess Fanny, and asks her if he is a free man to go, and no, says she, we cannot spare you. And there was a pretty wrangle between Countess Fanny and the Emperor, each pulling at the old buccaneer to have possession of him. He was rarely out of her sight after their first meeting, and the ridiculous excuse she gave to her husband's family was she feared he would be kidnapped and made a Cossack of. And young Lord Cressit, her husband, began to grumble concerning her intimacy with a man old enough to be her grandfather, as if the age were the injury. He seemed to think it so, and vowed he would shoot the old depredator dead if he found him on the grounds of Cressit, like vermin, he said. and it was considered that he had the right, and no jury would have convicted him. You know what those days were. He had his opportunity one midnight night, not far from the castle, and peppered Kirby with shot from a fowling piece at some say 5 paces distance, if not point blank. But Kirby had a maxim, steady shakes them, and he acted on it to receive his enemy's fire, and the young lord's hand shook, and the old buccaneer stood out of the smoke, not much injured except in the coat-collar, with a pistol cocked in his hand, and he said, "Many would take that for a declaration of war, but I know it's only your lordship's diplomacy." And then he let loose to his mad fun, astounding Lord Cresset and his gamekeeper, and vowed, as the young lord tried to relate subsequently, as well as he could recollect the words, here I have it in print, that he was a man pickled in saltpetre when an infant like Achilles, unproof against powder and shot, not marked with cross and key, and fetched up from the square magazine in the central depot of the infernal factory, third turning to the right of the grand arcade in Kingdom Come, where the night porter has to wear wet petticoats like a Highland chief, to make short work of the sparks flying about. Otherwise this world and many another would not have to wait long for combustion. Kirby had the wildest way of talking when he was not issuing orders under fire, best understood by sailors. I give it you as it stands here printed. I do not profess to understand. So Lord Cresset said, "Diplomacy and infernal factorers be hanged. Have ye shot at me? It's only fair." And Kirby discharged his pistol at the top twigs of an old oak tree, and called the young lord a Briton, and proposed to take him in hand, and make a man of him, as nigh worthy of his wife as any one not an Alexander of Macedon could be. So they became friendly, and the young lord confessed it was his family that had urged him to the attack, and Kirby abode at the castle, and all three were happy, in perfect honour, I am convinced. But such was not the opinion of the Cressets and Laveliers. Down they trooped to Cresset Castle with a rush and a roar, crying on the disgrace of an old desperado like Kirby living there. Dukes, marchionesses, cabinet ministers, leaders of fashion, and fire-eating colonels of the king's bodyguard, one of whom, Captain John Peter Kirby, laid on his heels at 10 paces on an April morning when the duel was fought, as early as the blessed heavens had given them light to see to do it. Such days those were. There was talk of shutting up the infatuated lady. If not incarcerated, she was rigidly watched. The Earl, her husband, fell altogether to drinking and coaching and other things. The ballad makes her say, "My family my jailers be, my husband is a zany. Naught see I clear save my bold buccaneer to rescue Countess Fanny." And it goes on, "O little lass at play on the grass, come earn a silver penny, and you'll be dear to my bold buccaneer for news of his Countess Fanny." In spite of her bravery, that poor woman suffered. We used to learn by heart the ballads and songs upon famous events on those old days when poetry was worshipped. But Captain Kirby gave provocation enough to both families when he went among the taverns and clubs, and vowed before Providence over his big fist that they should rue their interference, and he would carry off the lady on a day he named. He named the hour as well, they say, and that was midnight of the month of June. The Laveliers and Cressets foamed at the mouth in speaking of him, so enraged they were on account of his age and his passion for a young woman. As to blood, The Kirbys of Lincolnshire were quite equal to the Cressets of Warwick. The old Buccaneer seems to have had money too, but you can see what her people had to complain of. His insolent contempt of them was unexampled, and their tyranny had roused my lady's high spirit not a bit less, and she said right out, "When he comes I am ready, and will go with him." There was boldness for you on both sides. All the town was laughing and betting on the event of the night in June, and the odds were in favour of Kirby, for though Lord Cresset was quite the popular young English nobleman, being a capital whip and free of his coin, in those days men who had smelt powder were often prized above titles, and the feeling out of society was very strong for Kirby, even previous to the fight on the heath, and the age of the indomitable adventurer must have contributed to his popularity. He was the hero of every song. "What's age to me?" cries Kirby. "Why, young and fresh let her be, but it's mighty better reasoned for a man to be well seasoned, and a man she has in me," cries Kirby. As to his exact age, "Write me down 63, cries Kirby. I have always maintained that it was an understatement. We must remember it was not Kirby speaking, but the song‐writer. Kirby would not, in my opinion, have numbered years he was proud of below their due quantity. He was more if he died at 91, and Chelon Switzer John Kirby, born 11 months after the elopement, was, we know, 23 years old when the old man gave up the ghost, and bequeathed him little besides a lawsuit with the Austrian government and the care of Carinthia Jane, the second child of this extraordinary union, both children born in wedlock, as you will hear. 63 or 67, near upon 70, when most men are reaping and stacking their sins with groans and weak knees, Kirby was a match for his juniors, which they discovered. Captain John Peter Avison Kirby, son of a Lincolnshire squire of an ancient stock, was proud of his blood, and claimed descent from a chief of the Danish rovers. "What's rank to me?" cries Kirby. "A titled lass let her be, but unless my plans miscarry, I'll show her when we marry as brave a pedigree," cries Kirby. That was the song‐writer's answer to the charge that the Countess had stooped to a degrading alliance. John Peter was fourth of a family of 7 children, all males, and hard at the bottle early in life, for want of proper occupation, he says in his memoirs, and applauds his brother Stanson, the clergyman, for being ahead of him in renouncing strong drinks, because he found that he cursed better upon water. Water, however, helped Stanson Kirby to outlive his brothers and inherit the Lincolnshire property, and at the period of the great scandal in London he was palsied and waited on by his grandson and heir, Ralph Thorkill Kirby, the hero of an adventure celebrated in our law courts and on the English stage, for he took possession of his coachman's wife, and was accused of compassing the death of the husband. He was not hanged for it, so we are bound to think him not guilty. The stage piece is called Saturday Night, and it had an astonishing run, but is only remembered now for the song of Saturday, sung by the poor coachman and labourers at the village alehouse, before he starts to capture his wife from the clutches of her seducer, and meets his fate. Never was there a more popular song. You heard it everywhere. I recollect one verse: "Oh, Saturday money is slippery metal, and Saturday ale it is tipsy stuff. At home the old woman is boiling her kettle. She thinks we don't know when we've tippled enough. We drink, and of never a man are we jealous, and never a man against us will he speak. For who can be hard on a set of poor fellows who only see Saturday once a week? You chorus the last two lines. That was the very song the unfortunate coachman of Kirby Hall joined in singing before he went out to face his end for the woman he loved. He believed in her virtue to the very last. The ravished wife of my bosom, he calls her all through the latter half of the play. It is a real tragedy. The songs of that day have lost their effect now, I suppose. They will ever remain pathetic to me. And to hear the poor coachman William Martin invoking the name of his dear stolen wife Elizabeth, jug in hand, so tearfully, while he joins the song of Saturday, was a most moving thing. You saw nothing but handkerchiefs out all over the theatre. What it is that has gone from our drama I cannot tell. I am never affected now as I was then, and people in a low station of life could affect me then without being flung at me, for I dislike an entire dish of them, I own. We were simpler in our habits and ways of thinking. Elizabeth Martin, according to report, was a woman to make better men than a Ralph Thorkill act evilly, as to good looks, I mean. She was not entirely guiltless, I am afraid, though in the last scene Mrs. Kempson, who played the part as, alas, she could do to the very life, so threw herself into the pathos of it that there were few to hold out against her, and we felt that Elizabeth had been misled. So much for morality in those days. And now for the elopement. End of The Amazing Marriage by George Meredith, Chapter 1. At the Back of the North Wind by George MacDonald, Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. The Hayloft. I have been asked to tell you about the Back of the North Wind. An old Greek writer mentions a people who lived there, and were so comfortable that they could not bear it any longer, and drowned themselves. My story is not the same as his. I do not think Herodotus had got the right account of the place. I am going to tell you how it fared with a boy who went there. He lived in a low room over a coach-house, and that was not by any means at the back of the North Wind, as his mother very well knew, for one side of the room was built only of boards, and the boards were so old that you might run a penknife through into the North Wind, and then let them settle between them which was the sharper. I know that when you pulled it out again, the wind would be after it like a cat after a mouse, and you would know soon enough you were not at the back of the North Wind. Still, this room was not very cold, except when the North Wind blew stronger than usual. The room I have to do with now was always cold except in summer, when the sun took the matter into his own hands. Indeed, I am not sure whether I ought to call it a room at all, for it was just a loft where they kept hay and straw and oats for the horses. And when little Diamond—but stop, I must tell you that his father, who was a coachman, had named him after a favourite horse, and his mother had had no objection. When little Diamond, then, lay there in bed, he could hear the horses under him munching away in the dark, or moving sleepily in their dreams. For Diamond's father had built him a bed in the loft with boards all round it, because they had so little room in their own end over the coach-house. And Diamond's father put old Diamond in the stall under the bed, because he was a quiet horse, and did not go to sleep standing, but lay down like a reasonable creature. But although he was a surprisingly reasonable creature, yet when young Diamond woke in the middle of the night, and felt the bed shaking in the blasts of the north wind, he could not help wondering whether, if the wind should blow the house down, and he were to fall through into the manger, old Diamond mightn't eat him up before he knew him in his nightgown. And although old Diamond was very quiet all night long, yet when he woke he got up like an earthquake, and then young Diamond knew what o'clock it was, or at least what was to be done next, which was to go to sleep again as fast as he could. There was hay at his feet and hay at his head, piled up in great trusses to the very roof. Indeed, it was sometimes only through a little lane with several turnings, which looked as if it had been sawn out for him, that he could reach his bed at all. For the stock of hay was, of course, always in a state either of slow ebb or of sudden flow. Sometimes the whole space of the loft, with the little panes in the roof for the stars to look in, would lie open before his open eyes as he lay in bed. Sometimes a yellow wall of sweet-smelling fibres closed up his view at the distance of half a yard. Sometimes, when his mother had undressed him in her room and told him to trot to bed by himself, he would creep into the heart of the hay, and lie there thinking how cold it was outside in the wind, and how warm it was inside there in his bed, and how he could go to it when he pleased, only he wouldn't just yet, he would get a little colder first. And ever as he grew colder, his bed would grow warmer, till at last he would scramble out of the hay, shoot like an arrow into his bed, cover himself up and snuggle down, thinking what a happy boy he was. He had not the least idea that the wind got in at a chink in the wall and blew about him all night, for the back of his bed was only of boards an inch thick, and on the other side of them was the north wind. Now, as I have already said, these boards were soft and crumbly. To be sure, they were tarred on the outside, yet in many places they were more like tinder than timber. Hence it happened that the soft part having worn away from about it, little Diamond found one night after he lay down that a knot had come out of one of them, and that the wind was blowing in upon him in a cold and rather imperious fashion. Now he had no fancy for leaving things wrong that might be set right, so he jumped out of bed again, got a little strike of hay, twisted it up, folded it in the middle, and having thus made it into a cork, stuck it into the hole in the wall. But the wind began to blow loud and angrily, and as Diamond was falling asleep, out blew his cork and hit him on the nose, just hard enough to wake him up quite, and let him hear the wind whistling shrill in the hole. He searched for his hay cork, found it, stuck it in harder, and was just dropping off once more when pop, with an angry whistle behind it, the cork struck him again, this time on the cheek. Up he rose once more, made a fresh stopple of hay, and corked the hole severely. But he was hardly down again before plop, it came on his forehead. He gave it up, drew the clothes above his head, and was soon fast asleep. Although the next day was very stormy, Diamond forgot all about the hole, for he was busy making a cave by the side of his mother's fire, with a broken chair, a three-legged stool, and a blanket, and then sitting in it. His mother, however, discovered it, and pasted a bit of brown paper over it, so that when Diamond had snuggled down the next night, he had no occasion to think of it. Presently, however, he lifted his head and listened. Who could that be talking to him? The wind was rising again, and getting very loud, and full of rushes and whistles. He was sure someone was talking, and very near him too it was. But he was not frightened, for he had not yet learned how to be. So he sat up and hearkened. At last the voice, which, though quite gentle, sounded a little angry, appeared to come from the back of the bed. He crept nearer to it, and laid his ear against the wall. Then he heard nothing but the wind, which sounded very loud indeed. The moment, however, that he moved his head from the wall, he heard the voice again close to his ear. He felt about with his hand, and came upon the piece of paper his mother had pasted over the hole. Against this he laid his ear, and then he heard the voice quite distinctly. There was, in fact, a little corner of the paper loose, and through that, as from a mouth in the wall, the voice came. "What do you mean, little boy, closing up my window?" "What window?" asked Diamond. "You stuffed hay into it 3 times last night. I had to blow it out again 3 times. You can't mean this little hole. It isn't a window, it's a hole in my bed." "I did not say it was a window. I said it was my window." "But it can't be a window, because windows are holes to see out of." "Well, that's just what I made this window for." "But you are outside. You can't want a window." "You are quite mistaken. Windows are to see out of, you say. Well, I'm in my house, and I want windows to see out of it." "But you've made a window into my bed." "Well, your mother has got 3 windows into my dancing room, and you have 3 into my garret." "But I heard father say, when my mother wanted him to make a window through the wall, that it was against the law, for it would look into Mr. Dives's garden." The voice laughed. "The law would have some trouble to catch me," it said. "But if it's not right, you know," said Diamond, "that's no matter. You shouldn't do it." "I am so tall, I am above that law," said the voice. "You must have a tall house, then," said Diamond. "Yes, a tall house. The clouds are inside it." "Dear me," said Diamond, and thought a minute. "I think, then, you can hardly expect me to keep a window in my bed for you. Why don't you make a window into Mr. Dives's bed?" "Nobody makes a window into an ash pit," said the voice rather sadly. "I like to see nice things out of my windows." "But you must have a nicer bed than I have, though mine is very nice, so nice that I couldn't wish a better." "It's not the bed I care about, it's what is in it. But you just open that window." "Well, mother says I shouldn't be disobliging, but it's rather hard. You see, the north wind will blow right in my face if I do." "I am the north wind." "Ooh!" said Diamond thoughtfully. "Then will you promise not to blow on my face if I open your window?" "I can't promise that." "But you'll give me the toothache. Mother's got it already." "But what's to become of me without a window?" "I'm sure I don't know. All I say is, it will be worse for me than for you." "No, it will not. You shall not be the worse for it. I promise you that. You will be much the better for it. Just you believe what I say, and do as I tell you." "Well, I can pull the clothes over my head," said Diamond, and feeling with his little sharp nails, he got hold of the open edge of the paper and tore it off at once. In came a long whistling spear of cold and struck his little naked chest. He scrambled and tumbled in under the bedclothes and covered himself up. There was no paper now between him and the voice, and he felt a little, not frightened exactly, I told you he had not learned that yet, but rather queer. For what a strange person this North Wind must be, that lived in the great house, called out of doors, I suppose, thought Diamond, and made windows into people's beds. But the voice began again, and he could hear it quite plainly, even with his head under the bedclothes. It was a still more gentle voice now, although 6 times as large and loud as it had been, and he thought it sounded a little like his mother's. "What is your name, little boy?" it asked. "Diamond," answered Diamond under the bedclothes. "What a funny name!" "It's a very nice name," returned its owner. "I don't know that," said the voice. "Well, I do," retorted Diamond a little rudely. "Do you know to whom you are speaking?" "No," said Diamond, and indeed he did not. For to know a person's name is not always to know the person's self. "Then I must not be angry with you. You had better look and see, though." "Diamond is a very pretty name," persisted the boy, vexed that it should not give satisfaction. "Diamond is a useless thing, rather," said the voice. "That's not true. Diamond is very nice, as big as 2, and so quiet all night. And doesn't he make a jolly row in the morning, getting upon his 4 great legs? It's like thunder." "You don't seem to know what a diamond is." "Oh, don't I just! Diamond is a great and good horse, and he sleeps right under me. He is old Diamond, and I'm young Diamond. Or if you like it better, for you're very particular, Mr. North Wind, he's Big Diamond, and I'm Little Diamond, and I don't know which of us my father likes best." A beautiful laugh, large but very soft and musical, sounded somewhere beside him, but Diamond kept his head under the clothes. "I'm not Mr. North Wind," said the voice. "You told me that you were the North Wind," insisted Diamond. "I did not say Mr. North Wind," said the voice. "Well, then, I do, for mother tells me I ought to be polite." "Then let me tell you, I don't think it at all polite of you to say Mr. to me." "Well, I didn't know better. I'm very sorry." "But you ought to know better." "I don't know that." "I do. You can't say it's polite to lie there talking, with your head under the bedclothes, and never look up to see what kind of person you are talking to. I want you to come out with me." "I want to go to sleep," said Diamond, very nearly crying, for he did not like to be scolded, even when he deserved it. "You shall sleep all the better to-morrow night. Besides," said Diamond, "you are out in Mr. Dives's garden, and I can't get there. I can only get into our own yard." "Will you take your head out of the bedclothes?" said the voice, just a little angrily. "No!" answered Diamond, half peevish, half frightened. The instant he said the word, a tremendous blast of wind crashed in a board of the wall and swept the clothes off Diamond. He started up in terror. Leaning over him was the large, beautiful, pale face of a woman. Her dark eyes looked a little angry, for they had just begun to flash. But a quivering in her sweet upper lip made her look as if she were going to cry. What was the most strange was that away from her head streamed out her black hair in every direction, so that the darkness in the hayloft looked as if it were made of her hair. But as Diamond gazed at her in speechless amazement, mingled with confidence, for the boy was entranced with her mighty beauty, her hair began to gather itself out of the darkness and fell down all about her again, till her face looked out of the midst of it like a moon out of a cloud. From her eyes came all the light by which Diamond saw her face and her hair, and that was all he did see of her yet. The wind was over and gone. "Will you go with me now, you little Diamond?" "I am sorry I was forced to be so rough with you," said the lady. "I will, yes, I will," answered Diamond, holding out both his arms. "But," he added, dropping them, "how shall I get my clothes? They are in my mother's room, and the door is locked." "Oh, never mind your clothes. You will not be cold. I shall take care of that. Nobody is cold with the north wind." "I thought everybody was," said Diamond. "That is a great mistake. Most people make it, however. They are cold because they are not with the north wind, but without it." If Diamond had been a little older, and had supposed himself a good deal wiser, he would have thought the lady was joking. But he was not older, and did not fancy himself wiser, and therefore understood her well enough. Again he stretched out his arms. The lady's face drew back a little. "Follow me, Diamond," she said. "Yes," said Diamond, only a little ruefully. "You're not afraid?" said the North Wind. "No, ma'am, but mother never would let me go without shoes. She never said anything about clothes, so I dare say she wouldn't mind that." "I know your mother very well," said the lady. "She is a good woman. I have visited her often. I was with her when you were born. I saw her laugh and cry both at once. I love your mother, Diamond." "How was it you did not know my name then, ma'am? Please am I to say ma'am to you, ma'am?" "One question at a time, dear boy. I knew your name quite well, but I wanted to hear what you would say for it. Don't you remember that day when the man was finding fault with your name? How I blew the window in?" "Yes, yes," answered Diamond eagerly. "A window opens like a door right over the coach-house door, and the wind, ma'am, came in and blew the Bible out of the man's hands, and the leaves went all flutter, flutter on the floor, and my mother picked it up and gave it back to him open, and there was your name in the Bible, the sixth stone in the high priest's breastplate." "Oh, a stone was it?" said Diamond. "I thought it had been a horse, I did." "Never mind. A horse is better than a stone any day. Well, you see, I know all about you and your mother. Yes, I will go with you. Now for the next question. You're not to call me Ma'am. You must call me just my own name, respectfully, you know. Just North Wind. Well, please, North Wind, you are so beautiful, I am quite ready to go with you. You must not be ready to go with everything beautiful all at once, Diamond. But what's beautiful can't be bad. You're not bad, North Wind. No, I'm not bad. But sometimes beautiful things grow bad by doing bad, and it takes some time for their badness to spoil their beauty. So little boys may be mistaken if they go after things because they are beautiful. Well, I will go with you because you are beautiful and good too. Ah, but there's another thing, Diamond. What if I should look ugly without being bad? Look ugly myself because I am making ugly things beautiful? What then? I don't quite understand you, North Wind. You tell me what then. Well, I will tell you. If you see me with my face all black, don't be frightened. If you see me flapping wings like a bat's as big as the whole sky, don't be frightened. If you hear me raging 10 times worse than Mrs. Bill, the blacksmith's wife, even if you see me looking in at people's windows like Mrs. Eve Dropper, the gardener's wife, you must believe that I am doing my work. Nay, Diamond, if I change into a serpent or a tiger, you must not let go your hold of me, for my hand will never change in yours if you keep a good hold. If you keep a hold, you will know who I am all the time, even when you look at me and can't see me the least, like the North Wind. I may look something very awful. Do you understand? Quite well, said Little Diamond. Come along then, said North Wind, and disappeared behind the mountain of hay. Diamond crept out of bed and followed her. End of At the Back of the North Wind by George MacDonald, Chapter 1.
The Book of Enoch, transferred by R. H. Charles. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Glenn O'Brien, www.glennobrien.net. Chapter 1. The words of the Brothers of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up his parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, and saw the figure of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw, but not for this generation, but for a remote one which is for to come. Concerning the elect I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and all things upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous it will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000 of his holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of the ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. End of the Book of Enoch, translated by R. H. Charles. Chapter 1.
The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov was the third son of Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, a landowner well known in our district in his own day, and still remembered among us owing to his gloomy and tragic death, which happened 13 years ago, and which I shall describe in its proper place. For the present, I will only say that this landowner, for so we used to call him, although he hardly spent a day of his life on his own estate, was a strange type, yet one pretty frequently to be met with, a type abject and vicious, and at the same time senseless. But he was one of those senseless persons who are very well capable of looking after their worldly affairs, and apparently, after nothing else, Fyodor Pavlovich, for instance, began with next to nothing. His estate was of the smallest. He ran to dine at other men's tables, and fastened on them as a toady, yet at his death it appeared that he had 100,000 roubles in hard cash. At the same time, he was all his life one of the most senseless, fantastical fellows in the whole district. I repeat, it was not stupidity. The majority of these fantastical fellows are shrewd and intelligent enough, but just senselessness, and a peculiar national form of it. He was married twice, and had 3 sons, the eldest Dmitri by his first wife, and 2, Ivan and Alexei, by his second. Fyodor Pavlovich's first wife, Adelaida Ivanovna, belonged to a fairly rich and distinguished noble family, also landowners in our district, the Musovs. How it came to pass that an heiress, who was also a beauty, and moreover one of those vigorous, intelligent girls, so common in this generation, but sometimes also to be found in the last, could have married such a worthless, puny weakling, as we all called him, I won't attempt to explain. I knew a young lady of the last romantic generation, who, after some years of an enigmatic passion for a gentleman whom she might quite easily have married at any moment, invented insuperable obstacles to their union, and ended by throwing herself one stormy night into a rather deep and rapid river from a high bank, almost a precipice, and so perished, entirely to satisfy her own caprice, and to be like Shakespeare's Ophelia. Indeed, if this precipice, a chosen and favourite spot of hers, had been less picturesque, if there had been a prosaic flat bank in its place, most likely the suicide would never have taken place. This is a fact, and probably there have been not a few similar instances in the last 2 or 3 generations. Adelaida Ivanovna Miusov's action was similarly, no doubt, an echo of other people's ideas, and was due to the irritation caused by lack of mental freedom. She wanted, perhaps, to show her feminine independence, to override class distinctions and the despotism of her family, and a pliable imagination persuaded her, we must suppose, for a brief moment, that Fyodor Pavlovitch, in spite of his parasitic position, was one of the bold and ironical spirits of that progressive epoch, though he was, in fact, an ill-natured buffoon and nothing more. What gave the marriage piquancy was that it was preceded by an elopement, and this greatly captivated Adelaida Ivanovna's fancy. Fyodor Pavlovitch's position at the time made him specially eager for any such enterprise, for he was passionately anxious to make a career in one way or another. To attach himself to a good family and obtain a dowry was an alluring prospect. As for mutual love, it did not exist, apparently, either in the bride or in him, in spite of Adelaida Ivanovna's beauty. This was, perhaps, a unique case of the kind in the life of Fyodor Pavlovitch, who was always of a voluptuous temper and ready to run after any petticoat on the slightest encouragement. She seems to have been the only woman who made no particular appeal to his senses. Immediately after the elopement, Adelaida Ivanovna discerned in a flash that she had no feeling for her husband but contempt. The marriage accordingly showed itself in its true colours with extraordinary rapidity. Although the family accepted the event pretty quickly, and apportioned the runaway bride her dowry, the husband and wife began to lead a most disorderly life, and there were everlasting scenes between them. It was said that the young wife showed incomparably more generosity and dignity than Fyodor Pavlovitch, who, as is now known, got hold of all her money up to 25,000 roubles as soon as she received it, so that those thousands were lost to her forever. The little village and the rather fine town-house which formed part of her dowry he did his utmost for a long time to transfer to his name by means of some deed of conveyance. He would probably have succeeded merely from her moral fatigue and desire to get rid of him, and from the contempt and loathing he aroused by his persistent and shameless importunity, but, fortunately, Adelaida Ivanovna's family intervened and circumvented his greediness. It is known for a fact that frequent fights took place between the husband and wife, but rumour had it that Fyodor Pavlovitch did not beat his wife, but was beaten by her, for she was a hot-tempered, bold, dark-browed, impatient woman, possessed of remarkable physical strength. Finally, she left the house and ran away from Fyodor Pavlovitch with a destitute divinity student, leaving Mitya, a child of 3 years old, in her husband's hands. Immediately, Fyodor Pavlovitch introduced a regular harem into the house, and abandoned himself to orgies of drunkenness. In the intervals, he used to drive all over the province, complaining tearfully to each and all of Adelaida Ivanovna's having left him, going into details too disgraceful for a husband to mention in regard to his own married life. What seemed to gratify him and flatter his self-love most was to play the ridiculous part of the injured husband, and to parade his woes with embellishments. "One would think that you'd got a promotion, Fyodor Pavlovitch. You seem so pleased in spite of your sorrow," scoffers said to him. Many even added that he was glad of a new comic part in which to play the buffoon, that it was simply to make it funnier that he pretended to be unaware of his ludicrous position. But who knows? It may have been simplicity. At last he succeeded in getting on the track of his runaway wife. The poor woman turned out to be in Petersburg, where she had gone with her divinity student, and where she had thrown herself into a life of complete emancipation. Fyodor Pavlovitch at once began bustling about, making preparations to go to Petersburg, with what object he could not himself have said. He would perhaps have really gone, but having determined to do so, he felt at once entitled to fortify himself for the journey by another bout of reckless drinking. And just at that time his wife's family received the news of her death in Petersburg. She had died quite suddenly in a garret, according to one story, of typhus, or as another version had it, of starvation. Fyodor Pavlovitch was drunk when he heard of his wife's death, and the story is that he ran out into the street and began shouting with joy, raising his hands to heaven, "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace." But others say he wept without restraint like a little child, so much so that people were sorry for him in spite of the repulsion he inspired. It is quite possible that both versions were true, that he rejoiced at his release, and at the same time wept for her who released him. As a general rule, people, even the wicked, are much more naive and simple-hearted than we suppose. And we ourselves are, too. End of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, Chapter 1.
Coningsby, or The New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli, Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Chapter 1. It was a bright May morning some 12 years ago, when a youth of still tender age, for he had certainly not entered his teens by more than 2 years, was ushered into the waiting-room of a house in the vicinity of St. James's Square, which, though with the general appearance of a private residence, and that too of no very ambitious character, exhibited, at this period, symptoms of being occupied for some public purpose. The house door was constantly open, and frequent guests, even at this early hour, crossed the threshold. The hall table was covered with sealed letters, and the hall porter inscribed in a book the name of every individual who entered. The young gentleman we have mentioned found himself in a room which offered few resources for his amusement. A large table, amply covered with writing materials, and a few chairs, were its sole furniture, except the grey drugget that covered the floor, and a muddy mezzotinto of the Duke of Wellington that adorned its cold walls. There was not even a newspaper, and the only books were the Court Guide and the London Directory. For some time he remained with patient endurance planted against the wall, with his feet resting on the rail of his chair. But at length, in his shifting posture, he gave evidence of his restlessness, rose from his seat, looked out of the window into a small side court of the house surrounded with dead walls, paced the room, took up the Court Guide, changed it for the London Directory, then wrote his name over several sheets of foolscap paper, drew various landscapes and faces of his friends, and then, splitting up a pen or two, delivered himself of a yawn which seemed the climax of his weariness. And yet the youth's appearance did not betoken a character that, if the opportunity had offered, could not have found amusement and even instruction. His countenance, radiant with health and the lustre of innocence, was at the same time thoughtful and resolute. The expression of his deep blue eyes was serious. Without extreme regularity of features, the face was one that would never have passed unobserved. His short upper lip indicated a good breed, and his chestnut curls clustered over his open brow, while his shirt collar, thrown over his shoulders, was unrestrained by handkerchief or ribbon. Add to this a limber and graceful figure, which the jacket of his boyish dress exhibited to great advantage. Just as the youth, mounted on a chair, was adjusting the portrait of the Duke which he had observed to be awry, the gentleman for whom he had been all this time waiting entered the room. "Floreat Etona!" hastily exclaimed the gentleman in a sharp voice. "You are setting the Duke to rights. I have left you a long time a prisoner, but I found them so busy here that I made my escape with some difficulty." He who uttered these words was a man of middle size and age, originally in all probability of a spare habit, but now a little inclined to corpulency. Baldness perhaps contributed to the spiritual expression of a brow, which was, however, essentially intellectual, and gave some character of openness to a countenance which, though not ill-favoured, was unhappily stamped by a sinister cast that was not to be mistaken. His manner was easy, but rather audacious than well-bred. Indeed, while a visage which might otherwise be described as handsome was spoiled by a dishonest glance, so a demeanour that was by no means deficient in self-possession and facility was tainted by an innate vulgarity, which in the long run, though seldom, yet surely developed itself. The youth had jumped off his chair on the entrance of the gentleman, and then, taking up his hat, said, "Shall we go to Grandpapa now, sir?" "By all means, my dear boy," said the gentleman, putting his arm within that of the youth, and they were just on the point of leaving the waiting-room when the door was suddenly thrown open, and two individuals in a state of great excitement rushed into the apartment. "Rigby! Rigby!" they both exclaimed at the same moment. "By G, they're out!" "Who told you?" "The best authority! One of themselves!" "Who? Who?" "Paul Evelyn. I met him as I passed Brooks, and he told me that Lord Grey had resigned, and the King had accepted his resignation." But Mr. Rigby, who, though very fond of news, and much interested in the present, was extremely jealous of any one giving him information, was sceptical. He declared that Paul Evelyn was always wrong, that it was morally impossible that Paul Evelyn ever could be right, that he knew from the highest authority that Lord Grey had been twice yesterday with the King, that on the last visit nothing was settled, that if he had been at the palace again today, he could not have been there before 12 o'clock, that it was only now 1:45, that Lord Grey would have called his colleagues together on his return, that at least an hour must have elapsed before anything could possibly have transpired. Then he compared and criticized the dates of every rumoured incident of the last 24 hours, and nobody was stronger in dates than Mr. Rigby, counted even the number of stairs which the minister had to ascend and descend in his visit to the palace, and the time their mountings and dismountings must have consumed. Detail was Mr. Rigby's forte. And finally, what with his dates, his private information, his knowledge of palace localities, his contempt for Paul Evelyn, and his confidence in himself, he succeeded in persuading his downcast and disheartened friends that their comfortable intelligence had not the slightest foundation. They all left the room together. They were in the hall. The gentleman who brought the news looked somewhat depressed, but Mr. Rigby gay, even amid the prostration of his party, from the consciousness that he had most critically demolished a piece of political gossip and conveyed a certain degree of mortification to a couple of his companions, when a travelling carriage and four, with a ducal coronet, drove up to the house. The door was thrown open, the steps dashed down, and a youthful noble sprang from his chariot into the hall. "Good morning, Rigby," said the Duke. "I see your Grace well, I am sure," said Mr. Rigby with a softened manner. "You have heard the news, gentlemen," the Duke continued. "What news? Yes. No, that is to say, Mr. Rigby thinks. You know, of course, that Lord Lyndhurst is with the King." "It is impossible," said Mr. Rigby. "I don't think I can be mistaken," said the Duke, smiling. "I will show your Grace that it is impossible," said Mr. Rigby. "Lord Lyndhurst slept at Wimbledon. Lord Grey could not have seen the King until 12 o'clock. It is now 5 minutes to 1. It is impossible, therefore, that any message from the King could have reached Lord Lyndhurst in time for his lordship to be at the palace at this moment." "But my authority is a high one," said the Duke. "Authority is a phrase," said Mr. Rigby. "We must look to time and place. dates, and localities to discover the truth. Your Grace was saying that your authority, ventured to observe Mr. Tadpole, emboldened by the presence of a duke, his patron, to struggle against the despotism of a Rigby, his tyrant, was the highest, rejoined the Duke, smiling, for it was Lord Lyndhurst himself. I came up from Newnham this morning, passed his lordship's house in Hyde Park Place as he was getting into his carriage in full dress, stopped my own, and learned in a breath that the Whigs were out, and that the king had sent for the chief baron. So I came on here at once. I always thought the country was sound at bottom, exclaimed Mr. Taper, who, under the old system, had sneaked into the Treasury Board. Tadpole and Taper were great friends. Neither of them ever despaired of the Commonwealth. Even if the Reform Bill were passed, Taper was convinced that the Whigs would never prove men of business, and when his friends confessed among themselves that a Tory government was for the future impossible, Taper would remark in a confidential whisper that for his part he believed before the year was over the Whigs would be turned out by the clerks. "There is no doubt that there is considerable reaction," said Mr. Tadpole. "The infamous conduct of the Whigs in the Amersham case has opened the public mind more than anything." "Aldborough was worse," said Mr. Taper. "Terrible," said Tadpole. "They said there was no use discussing the Reform Bill in our House. I believe Rigby's great speech on Aldborough has done more towards the reaction than all the violence of the political unions put together." "Let us hope for the best," said the Duke mildly. "'Tis a bold step on the part of the sovereign, and I am free to say I could have wished it postponed. But we must support the king like men. What say you, Rigby? You are silent." "I am thinking how very unfortunate it was that I did not breakfast with Lyndhurst this morning, as I was nearly doing, instead of going down to Eton." "To Eton? And why to Eton?" "For the sake of my young friend here, Lord Monmouth's grandson. By the by, you are kinsmen. Let me present to your Grace Mr. Coningsby." End of Coningsby, or The New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. Chapter 1.
Treatise on the Education of Daughters, by Francois Fenelon. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. On the Importance of the Education of Daughters. The education of girls is, in general, exceedingly neglected. Custom and maternal caprice often appear to have the entire regulation of it. It absolutely seems as if we suppose the sex to be in need of little or no instruction. On the other hand, the education of boys is considered as a very important concern, affecting the welfare of the public, and although it be frequently attended with errors and mistakes, great abilities are nevertheless thought necessary for the accomplishment of it. The brightest talents have been engaged to form plans and modes of instruction. What numbers of masters in colleges do we behold! What expenses incurred in the printing of books, in researches after science, in modes of teaching languages, in the establishment of professors! All these grand preparations may probably have more show than substance, but they sufficiently denote the high idea we entertain of the education of boys. In regard to girls, some exclaim, "Why make them learn it? Curiosity renders them vain and conceited. It is sufficient if they be one day able to govern their families and implicitly obey their husbands." Examples are then adduced of many women whom science has rendered ridiculous, and on such contemptible authority we think ourselves justified in blindly abandoning our daughters to the conduct of ignorant and indiscreet mothers. It is true that we should be on our guard not to make them ridiculously learned, Women in general possess a weaker but more inquisitive mind than men. Hence it follows that their pursuits should be of a quiet and sober turn. They are not formed to govern the state, to make war, or to enter into the church, so that they may well dispense with any profound knowledge relating to politics, military tactics, philosophy, and theology. The greater part of the mechanical arts are also improper for them. They are made for moderate exercise. Their bodies as well as minds are less strong and energetic than those of men. But to compensate for these defects, nature has bestowed on them a spirit of industry, united with a propriety of behavior and an economy which renders them at once the ornament and comfort of home. But admitting that women are by nature weaker than men, what is the consequence? What, but that the weaker they are, the more they stand in need of support? Have they not duties to perform, which are the very foundation of human existence? Consider, it is women who ruin or uphold families, who regulate the minutiae of domestic affairs, and who consequently decide upon some of the dearest and tenderest points which affect the happiness of man. They have undoubtedly the strongest influence on the manners, good or bad, of society. A sensible woman who is industrious and religious is the very soul of a large establishment, and provides both for its temporal and eternal welfare. Notwithstanding the authority of men in public affairs, it is evident that they cannot effect any lasting good without the intervention and support of women. The world is not a phantom, it is the aggregate of all its families, and who can civilize and govern these with a nicer discrimination than women? Besides their natural assiduity and authority at home, they are particularly calculated for it by a carefulness, attention to particulars, industry, and a soft and persuasive manner. Can men promise themselves any felicity in this life, if marriage, the very essence of domestic society, be productive of bitterness and disappointment? And as to children, who are to constitute the future generation, to what misery will they be exposed, if their mothers ruin them from the cradle? Such then are the occupations of the female sex, which cannot be deemed of less importance to society than those of the male. It appears that they have a house and establishment to regulate, a husband to make happy, and children to rear. Virtue is as necessary for men as for women, and without entering upon the comparative good or ill which society experiences from the latter sex, it must be remembered that they are one half of the human race, redeemed by the blood of Jesus Christ, and destined to eternal life. Lastly, let us not forget that if women do great good to the community when well educated, they are capable of infinite mischief when viciously instructed. It is certain that a bad education works less ill in a male than in a female breast, for the vices of men often proceed from the bad education which their mothers have given them, and from passions which have been instilled to them at a riper age from casual intercourse with women. What intrigues does history present to us? What subversion of laws and manners? What bloody wars? What innovations in religion? What revolutions in states, all arising from the irregularities of women? Ought not these considerations to impress us with the importance of female education? Let us therefore discuss the various means of accomplishing so desirable an object. End of chapter 1. On the Importance of the Education of Daughters, by Francois Fenelon, 1651 to 1715.
Emma by Jane Austen. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. Emma Woodhouse, handsome, clever, and rich, with a comfortable home and happy disposition, seemed to unite some of the best blessings of existence, and had lived nearly 21 years in the world with very little to distress or vex her. She was the youngest of the 2 daughters of a most affectionate, indulgent father, and had, in consequence of her sister's marriage, been mistress of his house from a very early period. Her mother had died too long ago for her to have more than an indistinct remembrance of her caresses, and her place had been supplied by an excellent woman as governess, who had fallen little short of a mother in affection. 16 years had Miss Taylor been in Mr. Woodhouse's family, less as a governess than a friend, very fond of both daughters, but particularly of Emma. Between them it was more the intimacy of sisters. Even before Miss Taylor had ceased to hold the nominal role of governess, the mildness of her temper had hardly allowed her to impose any restraint, and the shadow of authority being now long passed away, they had been living together as friend and friend, very mutually attached, and Emma doing just what she liked, highly esteeming Miss Taylor's judgment, but directed chiefly by her own. The real evils, indeed, of Emma's situation were the power of having rather too much her own way, and the disposition to think a little too well of herself. These were the disadvantages which threatened alloy to her many enjoyments. The danger, however, was at present so unperceived that they did not by any means rank as misfortunes with her. Sorrow came, a gentle sorrow, but not at all in the shape of any disagreeable consciousness. Miss Taylor married. It was Miss Taylor's loss which first brought grief. It was on the wedding day of this beloved friend that Emma first sat in mournful thought of any continuance. The wedding over, and the bride people gone, her father and herself were left to dine together, with no prospect of a third to cheer a long evening. Her father composed himself to sleep after dinner as usual, and she had then only to sit and think of what she had lost. The event had every promise of happiness for her friend. Mr. Weston was a man of unexceptionable character, easy fortune, suitable age, and pleasant manners, and there was some satisfaction in considering with what self-denying, generous friendship she had always wished and promoted the match. But it was a black morning's work for her. The want of Miss Taylor would be felt every hour of every day. She recalled her past kindness, the affection of 16 years, how she had taught, and how she had played with her from 5 years old, how she had devoted all her powers to attach and amuse her in health, and how nursed her through the various illnesses of childhood. A large debt of gratitude was owing here, but the intercourse of the last 7 years, the equal footing and perfect unreserve which had soon followed Isabella's marriage on their being left to each other, was yet a dearer, tenderer recollection. She had been a friend and companion such as few possessed, intelligent, well informed, useful, gentle, knowing all the ways of the family, interested in all its concerns, and peculiarly interested in herself, in every pleasure, every scheme of hers, one to whom she could speak every thought as it arose, and who had such an affection for her as could never find fault. How was she to bear the change? It was true that her friend was going only half a mile from them, but Emma was aware that great must be the difference between a Mrs. Weston only half a mile from them, and a Miss Taylor in the house, and with all her advantages, natural and domestic, she was now in great danger of suffering from intellectual solitude. She dearly loved her father, but he was no companion for her. He could not meet her in conversation, rational or playful. The evil of the actual disparity in their ages, and Mr. Woodhouse had not married early, was much increased by his constitution and habits, for having been a valetudinarian all his life, without activity of mind or body, he was a much older man in ways than in years, and though everywhere beloved for the friendliness of his heart and his amiable temper, his talents could not have recommended him at any time. Her sister, though comparatively but little removed by matrimony, being settled in London, only 16 miles off, was much beyond her daily reach, and many a long October and November evening must be struggled through at Hartfield before Christmas brought the next visit from Isabella and her husband and their little children to fill the house and give her pleasant society again. Highbury, the large and populous village, almost amounting to a town, to which Hartfield, in spite of its separate lawn and shrubberies and name, did really belong, afforded her no equals. The Woodhouses were first in consequence there. All looked up to them. She had many acquaintance in the place, for her father was universally civil, but not one among them who could be accepted in lieu of Miss Taylor for even half a day. It was a melancholy change, and Emma could not but sigh over it, and wish for impossible things, till her father awoke, and made it necessary to be cheerful. His spirits required support. He was a nervous man, easily depressed, fond of everybody that he was used to, and hating to part with them, hating change of every kind. Matrimony, as the origin of change, was always disagreeable, and he was by no means yet reconciled to his own daughter's marrying, nor could ever speak of her but with compassion, though it had been entirely a match of affection, when he was now obliged to part with Miss Taylor too, and from his habits of gentle selfishness, and of being never able to suppose that other people could feel differently from himself, he was very much disposed to think Miss Taylor had done as sad a thing for herself as for them, and would have been a great deal happier if she had spent all the rest of her life at Hartfield. Emma smiled and chatted as cheerfully as she could to keep him from such thoughts, but when tea came, it was impossible for him not to say exactly as he had said at dinner, "Poor Miss Taylor! I wish she were here again. What a pity it is that Mr. Weston never thought of her." "I cannot agree with you, papa. You know I cannot. Mr. Weston is such a good-humoured, pleasant, excellent man that he thoroughly deserves a good wife, and you would not have had Miss Taylor live with us for ever and bear all my odd humours, when she might have a house of her own." "A house of her own? But where is the advantage of a house of her own? This is 3 times as large. And you have never any odd humours, my dear. How often we shall be going to see them, and they coming to see us! We shall be always meeting. We must begin. We must go and pay wedding visit very soon." "My dear, how am I to get so far? Randalls is such a distance. I could not walk half so far." "No, papa. Nobody thought of your walking. We must go in the carriage, to be sure." "The carriage? But James will not like to put the horses to for such a little way. And where are the poor horses to be while we are paying our visit?" "They are to be put into Mr. Weston's stable, papa. You know we have settled all that already. We talked it all over with Mr. Weston last night. And as for James, you may be very sure he will always like going to Randalls, because of his daughter's being housemaid there. I only doubt whether he will ever take us anywhere else. That was your doing, papa. You got Hannah that good place. Nobody thought of Hannah till you mentioned her. James is so obliged to you." "I'm very glad I did think of her. It was very lucky, for I would not have had poor James think himself slighted upon any account. And I am sure she will make a very good servant. She is a civil, pretty spoken girl. I have a great opinion of her. Whenever I see her, she always curtsies, and asks me how I do, in a very pretty manner. And when you have had her here to do needlework, I observe she always turns the lock of the door the right way, and never bangs it. I am sure she will be an excellent servant, and it will be a great comfort to poor Miss Taylor
to have somebody about her that she is used to see. Whenever James goes over to see his daughter, you know, she will be hearing of us. He will be able to tell her how we all are."
Emma spared no exertions to maintain this happier flow of ideas, and hoped by the help of backgammon to get her father tolerably through the evening, and be attacked by no regrets but her own. The backgammon table was placed, but a visitor immediately afterwards walked in and made it unnecessary. Mr. Knightley, a sensible man about 7 or 8 and 30, was not only a very old and intimate friend of the family, but particularly connected with it as the elder brother of Isabella's husband. He lived about a mile from Highbury, was a frequent visitor, and always welcome, and at this time more welcome than usual, as coming directly from their mutual connections in London. He had returned to a late dinner after some days' absence, and now walked up to Hartfield to say that all were well in Brunswick Square. It was a happy circumstance, and animated Mr. Woodhouse for some time. Mr. Knightley had a cheerful manner, which always did him good, and his many inquiries after poor Isabella and her children were answered most satisfactorily. When this was over, Mr. Woodhouse gratefully observed, "It is very kind of you, Mr. Knightley, to come out at this late hour to call upon us. I am afraid you must have had a shocking walk." "Not at all, sir. It is a beautiful moonlight night, and so mild that I must draw back from your great fire." "But you must have found it very damp and dirty. I wish you may not catch cold." "Dirty, sir! Look at my shoes. Not a speck on them." "Well, that is quite surprising, for we have had a vast deal of rain here. It rained dreadfully hard for half an hour while we were at breakfast. I wanted them to put off the wedding." "By the by, I have not wished you joy. Being pretty well aware of what sort of joy you must both be feeling, I have been in no hurry with my congratulations, but I hope it all went off tolerably well. How did you all behave? Who cried most?"
"Ah, poor Miss Taylor! 'Tis a sad business."
"Poor Mr. and Miss Woodhouse, if you please, but I cannot possibly say poor Miss Taylor. I have a great regard for you and Emma, but when it comes to the question of the dependence or independence, well, at any rate, it must be better to have only one to please than two."
"Especially when one of those two is such a fanciful, troublesome creature," said Emma playfully. "That is what you have in your head, I know, and what you would certainly say if my father were not by."
"I believe it is very true, my dear, indeed," said Mr. Woodhouse with a sigh.
"I am afraid I am sometimes very fanciful and troublesome."
"My dearest papa, you do not think I could mean you, or suppose Mr. Knightley to mean you? What a horrible idea!"
"Oh, no, I meant only myself. Mr. Knightley loves to find fault with me, you know, in a joke. It is all a joke. We always say what we like to one another."
Mr. Knightley, in fact, was one of the few people who could see faults in Emma Woodhouse, and the only one who ever told her of them. And though this was not particularly agreeable to Emma herself, she knew it would be so much less so to her father, that she would not have him really suspect such a circumstance as her not being thought perfect by everybody. "Emma knows I never flatter her," said Mr. Knightley, "but I meant no reflection on anybody. Miss Taylor has been used to have two persons to please. She will now have but one. The chances are that she must be a gainer." "Well," said Emma, willing to let it pass, "you want to hear about the wedding, and I shall be happy to tell you, for we all behaved charmingly. Everybody was punctual, everybody in their best looks, not a tear and hardly a long face to be seen. Oh no, we all felt that we were going to be only half a mile apart, and were sure of meeting every day."
"Dear Emma bears everything so well," said her father. "But, Mr. Knightley, she is really very sorry to lose poor Miss Taylor, and I am sure she will miss her more than she thinks for."
Emma turned away her head,
divided between tears and smiles. "It is impossible that Emma should not miss such a companion," said Mr. Knightley. "We should not like her so well as we do, sir, if we could suppose it. But she knows how much the marriage is to Miss Taylor's advantage. She knows how very acceptable it must be at Miss Taylor's time of life to be settled in a home of her own, and how important to her to be secure of a comfortable provision, and therefore cannot allow herself to feel so much pain as pleasure. Every friend of Miss Taylor must be glad to have her so happily married." "And you have forgotten one matter of joy to me," said Emma, "and a very considerable one, that I made the match myself. I made the match, 4 years ago, and to have it take place and be proved in the right, when so many people said Mr. Weston would never marry again, may comfort me for anything." Mr. Knightley shook his head at her. Her father fondly replied, "Ah, my dear, I wish you would not make matches and foretell things, for whatever you say always comes to pass. Pray do not make any more matches." "I promise you to make none for myself, papa, but I must indeed for other people. It is the greatest amusement in the world, and after such success, Everybody said that Mr. Weston would never marry again. Oh dear, no. Mr. Weston, who had been a widower so long, and who seemed so perfectly comfortable without a wife, so constantly occupied either in his business in town or among his friends here, always acceptable wherever he went, always cheerful. Mr. Weston need not spend a single evening in the year alone if he did not like it. Oh no! Mr. Weston certainly would never marry again. Some people even talked of a promise to his wife on her deathbed, and others of the son and the uncle not letting him. All manner of solemn nonsense was talked on the subject, but I believed none of it. Ever since the day, about 4 years ago, that Miss Taylor and I met with him in Broadway Lane, when, because it began to drizzle, he darted away with so much gallantry, and borrowed 2 umbrellas for us from Farmer Mitchell's, I made up my mind on the subject. I planned the match from that hour, and when such success has blessed me in this instance, dear papa, you cannot think that I shall leave off match-making." "I do not understand what you mean by success," said Mr. Knightley. "Success supposes endeavour. Your time has been properly and delicately spent, if you have been endeavouring for the last 4 years to bring about this marriage, or worthy employment for a young lady's mind. But if, which I rather imagine, your making the match, as you call it, means only your planning it, you're saying to yourself one idle day, 'I think it would be a very good thing for Miss Taylor if Mr. Weston were to marry her,' and saying it again to yourself every now and then afterward. Why do you talk of success? Where is your merit? What are you proud of? You made a lucky guess, and that is all that can be said. And have you never known the pleasure and triumph of a lucky guess? I pity you. I thought you cleverer. For depend upon it, a lucky guess is never merely luck. There is always some talent in it. And as to my poor word success, which you quarrel with, I do not know that I am so entirely without any claim to it. You have drawn 2 pretty pictures, but I think there may be a third, a something between the do-nothing and the do-all. If I had not promoted Mr. Weston's visits here, and given many little encouragements, and smoothed many little matters, it might not have come to anything after all. I think you must know Hartfield enough to comprehend that. A straightforward, open-hearted man like Weston, and a rational, unaffected woman like Miss Taylor, may be safely left to manage their own concerns. You are more likely to have done harm to yourself than good to them by interference." "Emma never thinks of herself, if she can do good to others," rejoined Mr. Woodhouse, understanding but in part. "But, my dear, pray do not make any more matches. They are silly things, and break up one's family circle grievously." "Only one more, papa, only for Mr. Elton. Poor Mr. Elton! You like Mr. Elton, papa? I must look about for a wife for him. There is nobody in Highbury who deserves him, and he has been here a whole year, and has fitted up his house so comfortably, that it would be a shame to have him single any longer. And I thought, when he was joining their hands to-day, he looked so very much as if he would like to have the same kind office done for him. I think very well of Mr. Elton, and this is the only way I have of doing him a service." "Mr. Elton, is a very pretty young man, to be sure, and a very good young man, and I have a great regard for him. But if you want to show him any affection, my dear, ask him to come and dine with us some day. That will be a much better thing, I dare say. Mr. Knightley will be so kind as to meet him. With a great deal of pleasure, sir, at any time, said Mr. Knightley, laughing. And I agree with you entirely that it will be a much better thing. Invite him to dinner, Emma, and help him to the best of the fish and the chicken, but leave him to choose his own wife. Depend upon it, a man of 6 or 7 and 20 can take care of himself. End of Emma by Jane Austen, Chapter 1.
The End of the Tether by Joseph Conrad, Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Chapter 1. For a long time after the course of the steamer Sofala had been altered for the land, the low swampy coast had retained its appearance of a mere smudge of darkness beyond a belt of glitter. The sun rays seemed to fall violently upon the calm sea, seemed to shatter themselves upon an adamantine surface into sparkling dust, into a dazzling vapor of light that blinded the eye and wearied the brain with its unsteady brightness. Captain Wally did not look at it. When his sarong, approaching the roomy cane armchair which he filled capably, had informed him in a low voice that the course was to be altered, he had risen at once and had remained on his feet, face forward, while the head of his ship swung through a quarter of a circle. He had not uttered a single word, not even the word to steady the helm. It was the sarong, an elderly, alert little Malay, with a very dark skin, who murmured the order to the helmsman. And then, slowly, Captain Wally sat down again in the armchair on the bridge, and fixed his eyes on the deck between his feet. He could not hope to see anything new upon this lane of the sea. He had been on these coasts for the last 3 years. From Low Cape to Mellenton the distance was 50 miles, 6 hours steaming for the old ship with the tide, or 7 against. Then you steered straight for the land, and by and by 3 palms would appear on the sky, tall and slim, and with their dishevelled heads in a bunch, as if in confidential criticism of the dark mangroves. The Sofala would be headed towards a sombre strip of the coast, which, at a given moment, as the ship closed with it obliquely, would show several clean shining fractures, the brimful estuary of a river. Then on through a brown liquid, 3 parts water and 1 part black earth, on and on between the low shores, 3 parts black earth and 1 part brackish water, the Sofala would plough her way upstream, as she had done once every month for these 7 years or more, long before he was aware of her existence, long before he had ever thought of having anything to do with her and her invariable voyages. The old ship ought to have known the road better than her men, who had not been kept so long at it without a change, better than the faithful sarong, whom he had brought over from his last ship to keep the captain's watch, better than he himself, who had been her captain for the last 3 years only. She could always be depended upon to make her courses. Her compasses were never out. She was no trouble at all to take about, as if her great age had given her knowledge, wisdom, and steadiness. She made her landfalls to a degree of the bearing, and almost to a minute of her allowed time. At any moment, as he sat on the bridge without looking up, or lay sleepless in his bed, simply by reckoning the days and the hours he could tell where he was, the precise spot of the beat. He knew it well, too, this monotonous huckster's round, up and down the straits. He knew its order, and its sights, and its people. Malacca to begin with, in at daylight and out at dusk, to cross over with a rigid phosphorescent wake this highway of the Far East. Darkness and gleams on the water, clear stars on a black sky, perhaps the lights of a home steamer keeping her unswerving course in the middle, or maybe the elusive shadow of a native craft, with her mat sails flitting by silently, and the low land on the other side in sight at daylight, At noon the 3 palms of the next place of call, up a sluggish river. The only white man residing there was a retired young sailor, with whom he had become friendly in the course of many voyages. 60 miles farther on there was another place of call, a deep bay with only a couple of houses on the beach. And so on, in and out, picking up coastwise cargo here and there, and finishing with 100 miles steady steaming through the maze of an archipelago of small islands up to a large native town at the end of the beat. There was a 3 days' rest for the old ship before he started her again in inverse order, seeing the same shores from another bearing, hearing the same voices in the same places, back again to the Cephala's port of registry on the great highway to the east, where he would take up a berth nearly opposite the big stone pile of the harbor office till it was time to start again on the old round of 1,600 miles and 30 days. Not a very enterprising life, this, for Captain Wally, Henry Wally, otherwise Daredevil Harry, Wally of the Condor, a famous clipper in her day. No, not a very enterprising life for a man who had served famous firms, who had sailed famous ships, more than 1 or 2 of them his own, who had made famous passages, had been the pioneer of new routes and new trades, who had steered across the unsurveyed tracts of the South Seas, and had seen the sun rise on uncharted islands. 50 years at sea, and 40 out in the East. A pretty thorough apprenticeship, he used to remark smilingly, had made him honorably known to a generation of shipowners and merchants in all the ports from Bombay clear over to where the East merges into the West upon the coast of the 2 Americas. His fame remained writ, not very large, but plain enough, on the Admiralty charts. Was there not somewhere between Australia and China a Wally Island and a Condor Reef? On that dangerous coral formation the celebrated clipper had hung stranded for 3 days, her captain and crew throwing her cargo overboard with one hand, and with the other, as it were, keeping off her a flotilla of savage war canoes. At that time neither the island nor the reef had any official existence. Later the officers of Her Majesty's steam vessel Fusilier, dispatched to make a survey of the route, recognized in the adoption of these 2 names the enterprise of the man and the solidity of the ship. Besides, as anyone who cares may see, the General Directory, Volume 2, page 410, begins a description of the Molotu or Wally Passage with the words, "This advantageous route, first discovered in 1850 by Captain Wally in the ship Condor," etc., and ends by recommending it warmly to sailing vessels leaving the China ports for the south in the months from December to April inclusive. This was the clearest gain he had out of life. Nothing could rob him of this kind of fame. The piercing of the Isthmus of Suez, like the breaking of a dam, had let in upon the East a flood of new ships, new men, new methods of trade. It had changed the face of the Eastern seas and the very spirit of their life, so that his early experiences meant nothing whatever to the new generation of seamen. In those bygone days he had handled many thousands of pounds of his employer's money and of his own. He had attended faithfully, as by law a shipmaster is expected to do, to the conflicting interests of owners, charterers, and underwriters. He had never lost a ship or consented to a shady transaction. And he had lasted well, outlasting in the end the conditions that had gone to the making of his name. He had buried his wife in the Gulf of Pachili, had married off his daughter to the man of her unlucky choice, and had lost more than an ample competence in the crash of the notorious Travancore and Deccan Banking Corporation, whose downfall had shaken the East like an earthquake. And he was 65 years old. End of The End of the Tether by Joseph Conrad, Chapter 1. Fortitude by Hugh Walpole, Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Chapter 1. Introduction to Courage. 'Tisn't life that matters, 'tis the courage you bring to it." This from old frosted Moses, in the warm corner by the door. There might have been an answer, but Dicky Tassett, the town idiot, filled in the pause with the tale that he was telling Mother Figgis. "And I ran a mile or more with the stars dotted all over the ground for your pickin', as you might say." A little boy, Peter Westcott, heard what old frosted Moses had said, and turned it over in his mind. He was 12 years old, was short and thick-necked, and just now looked very small because he was perched on so high a chair. It was one of the 4 ancient chairs that Sam Figgis always kept in the great kitchen behind the tap-room. He kept them there partly because they were so very old, and partly because they fell in so pleasantly with the ancient colour and strength of the black smoky rafters. The 4 ancient chairs were carved up the legs with faces and arms and strange crawling animals, and their backs were twisted into the oddest shapes and were uncomfortable to lean against. But Peter Westcott sat up very straight with his little legs dangling in front of him and his grey eyes all over the room at once. He could not see all of the room because there were depths that the darkness seized and filled, and the great fiery place with its black-stained settle was full of mysterious shadows. A huge fire was burning and leaping in the fastnesses of that stone cavity, and it was by the light of this alone that the room was illumined. And this had the effect, as Peter noticed, of making certain people, like Mother Figgis and Jane Cluer, quite monstrous and fantastic, with their skirts and hair and their shadows on the wall. Before Frosted Moses had said that sentence about courage, Peter had been taking the room in. Because he had been there very often before, he knew every flagstone in the floor, and every rafter in the roof, and all the sporting pictures on the walls, and the long shining row of mugs and coloured plates by the fireplace, and the cured hams hanging from the ceiling. But tonight was Christmas Eve, and a very especial occasion, and he was sure to be beaten when he got home, and so must make the very most of his time. He watched the door also for Stephen Brant, who was late, but might arrive at any moment. Had it not been for Stephen Brant, Peter knew that he would not have been allowed there at all. The order of the kitchen was jealously guarded, and Sam Figgis, the innkeeper, would have considered so small a child a nuisance. But Stephen was the most popular man in the county, and he had promised that Peter would be quiet, and he was quiet, even at that age. No one could be so quiet as Peter when he chose. And then they liked the boy after a time. He was never in the way, and he was wonderfully wise for his years. He was a strong kid, too, and had muscles. So Peter crept there when he could, although it very often meant a beating afterwards. But the kitchen was worth a good many beatings, and he would have gone through hell, and did indeed go through his own special hell on many occasions, to be in Stephen's company. They were all nice to him, even when Stephen wasn't there, but there were other reasons, besides the people, that drew Peter to the place. It was partly perhaps because the Bending Mule was built right out into the sea, being surrounded on 3 sides by water. This was all 20 years ago, and I believe that now the inn has been turned into an arts club, and there are tea parties and weekly fashion papers where there had once been those bloody fights, and Mother Figgis sitting like some witch over the fire. But it is no matter. Trellis is changed, of course, and so is the world, and there are politeness and sentiment where once there were oaths and ferocity, and there is much soap instead of grimy hands and unwashen faces, and the fishing is sadly on the decline. But there are good drapers' shops in the town. For Peter, the charm of the place was that he was out at sea. One could hear quite distinctly the lap of the waves against the walls, and on stormy nights the water screamed and fought and raged outside, and rolled in thundering echoes along the shore. Tonight everything was still, and the snow was falling heavily, solemnly over the town. The snow and the black sea, and the lights that rose tier on tier like crowds at a circus, could be seen through the uncurtained windows. The snow and quiet of the world out along made the lights and warmth of the room the more comforting and exciting, and Sam Figgis had hung holly about the walls and dangled a huge bunch of mistletoe from the middle beam, and poor Jane Cluer was always walking under it accidentally, and waiting a little, but nobody kissed her. These things Peter noticed. He also noticed that Dicky the idiot was allowed to be present as a very great favor because it was Christmas Eve and snowing so hard, that the room was more crowded than he had ever seen it, and that Mother Figgis, with her round face and her gnarled and knotted hands, was at her very merriest and in the best of tempers. All these things Peter had noticed before Frosted Moses, so called because of his long white beard and wonderful age, made his remark about courage. But as soon as that remark was made, Peter's thoughts were onto it, as the hounds are onto a fox. "'Tisn't life that matters, but the courage you bring to it." That, of course, at once explained everything. It explained his own father and his home. It explained poor Mrs. Prothero and her 2 sons who were drowned. It explained Stephen's cousin who was never free from the most painful rheumatics. And it explained Stephen himself, who was never afraid of anyone or anything. Peter stared at Frosted Moses, whose white beard was shining in the fireplace, and his boots were like large black boats. But the old man was drawing at his pipe, and had made his remark apparently in connection with nothing at all. Peter was also disappointed to see that the room at large had paid no attention to the declaration. Courage, that was what they were all there for. And soon, later in the evening, he would take his beating like a man, and would not cry out, as he had done the last time. And then, at the thought of the beating, he shivered a little on his tall chair, and his 2 short legs in their black stockings beat against the wooden bars, and wished that he might have stayed in some dark corner of the bending mule during the rest of the night, and not go home until the morning. Or indeed a very much better and happier thing, never go home again at all. He would get a worse beating for staying out so late, but it was something of a comfort to reflect that he would have been beaten in any case. Old Simon Parlow, who taught him mathematics and Latin, with a little geography and history during 6 days of the week, had given him that morning a letter to his father, directed in the old man's most beautiful handwriting, to the effect that Master Westcott had made no progress at all in his sums during the last fortnight, had indeed made no attempt at progress, and had given William Duffall, the rector's son, a bleeding nose last Wednesday, when he ought to have been adding, dividing, and subtracting. Old Parlow had shown him the letter, so that Peter knew that there was no escape, unless indeed Peter destroyed the paper, and that only meant that punishment was deferred. Yes, it meant a beating, and Peter had hung about the town and the shore all the afternoon and evening, because he was afraid. This fact of his fear puzzled him, and he had often considered the matter. He was not in any other way a coward, and he had done on many occasions things that other friends of his own age had hung back from. But the thought of his father made him quite sick with fear somewhere in the middle of his stomach. He considered the matter very carefully, and he decided at last, and he was very young for so terrible a discovery, that it was because his father liked beating him that he was afraid. He knew that his father liked it because he had watched his mouth and had heard the noise that came through his lips. And this again was rather strange, because his father did not look as though he would like it. He had a cold face like a stone and was always in black clothes, but he did not, as a rule, show that he was pleased or angry or sorry. He never showed things. Now these words of Frosted Moses explained everything. It was because his father knew that it was courage that mattered that he liked to beat Peter. It was good for Peter to learn courage. 'Tisn't life that matters. It isn't a beating that matters. Frosted Moses was a great deal wiser than old Simon Parlow, who, in spite of his knowing so much about sums, knew nothing whatever about life. He knew nothing whatever about courage either, and shook like a leaf when his sister, Miss Jessel Parlow, was angry with him, as she very often had reason to be. Peter despised the old man with his long yellow tooth that hung over his lower lip, and his dirty grey hair that strayed from under his greasy black velvet cap, like wisps of hay. Peter never cared anything for the words or the deeds of old Parlow. But Frosted Moses, he had lived forever, and people said that he could never die. Peter had heard that he had been in the ark with Noah, and he had often wished to ask him questions about that interesting period, about Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and about the animals. Of course, therefore, he knew everything about life, and this remark of his about courage was worth considering. Peter watched him very solemnly and noticed how his white beard shone in the firelight, how there was a red handkerchief falling out of one enormous pocket, and how there was a big silver ring on one brown and bony finger. And then the crowd of sailors at the door parted, and Stephen Brant came in. Stephen Brant, the most wonderful person in the world. Always through life, Peter must have his most wonderful person, and sometimes those heroes knew of it and lived up to his worshipping, and sometimes they knew of it and could not live up to it, but most frequently they never knew, because Peter did not let them see. This hero worship is at the back of a great deal that happened to Peter, of a great deal of his sorrow, and of all of his joy, and he would not have been Peter without it. Very often these heroes, poor things, came tumbling from their pedestals. Often they came, in very shame, down of their own accord, and perhaps of them all, Stephen only was worthy of his elevation, and he never knew that he was elevated. He knew now, of course, that Peter loved him, but Peter was a little boy, and was taken by persons who were strong, and liked to laugh, and were kind in little ways. Stephen knew that when Peter grew older, he must love other and wiser people. He was a very large man, 6'3" and broad, with a brown beard and grey eyes like Peter's. He had been a fisherman, but now he was a farmer because it paid better. He had an old mother, one enemy, and very many friends. He had loved a girl, and she had been engaged to him for 2 years, but another man had taken her away and married her. And that is why he had an enemy. He greeted his friends and kissed poor Jane Cluer under the mistletoe, and then kissed old Mother Figgis, who pushed him away with a laugh, and, "Come up there, where are you at?" And Peter watched him until his turn also should come. His legs were beating the wooden bars again with excitement, but he would not say anything. He saw Stephen as something very much larger and more stupendous than anyone else in the room. There were men there bigger of body perhaps, and men who were richer. Stephen had only 4 cows on his farm, and he never did much with his hay. But there was no one who could change a room simply by entering it as Stephen could. At last the moment came. Stephen turned round. Why, boy! Peter was glad that the rest of the room was busied once more with its talking, laughing, and drinking, and some old man, sitting on a table and his nose coming through the tobacco smoke like a rat through a hole in the wall, had struck up a tune on a fiddle. Peter was glad because no one watched them together. He liked to meet Stephen in private. He buried his small hand in the brown depths of Stephen's large one, and then, as Stephen looked uncertainly round the room, he whispered, "Steve, my chair and me sitting on you, please." It was a piece of impertinence to call him Steve, of course, and when other people were there it was Mr. Brant, but in their own privacy it was their own affair. Peter slipped down from his chair, and Stephen sat down on it, and then Peter was lifted up and leant his head back somewhere against the middle button of Stephen's waistcoat, just where his heart was noisiest, and he could feel the hard outline of Stephen's enormous silver watch that his family had had, so Stephen said, for 100 years. Now was the blissful time, the perfect moment. The rest of the world was busied with life. The window showed the dull and then suddenly shining flakes of snow, the lights and the limitless sea. The room showed the sanded floor, the crowd of fishermen drinking, their feet moving already to the tune of the fiddle, the fisher girls with their colored shawls, the great swinging smoky lamp, the huge fire, Dicky the Fool, Mother Figgis, Fat Sam the host, old frosted Moses, the gay romantic world, and these two in their corner, and Peter so happy that no beatings in the world could terrify. "But, boy," says Stephen, bending down so that the end of his beard tickles Peter's neck, "what are you doing here so late? Your father—" "I'm going to be beaten, of course." "If you go now, perhaps you won't be beaten so bad." "Oh, Steve, I'm staying like this, always." But Peter knew, in spite of the way that the big brown hand pressed his white one in sympathy, that Stephen was worried, and that he was thinking of something. He knew, although he could not see, that Stephen's eyes were staring right across the room, and that they were looking, in the way that they had, past walls and windows and streets, somewhere, for something. Peter knew a little about Stephen's trouble. He did not understand it altogether, but he had seen the change in Stephen, and he knew that he was often very sad, and that moods came upon him when he could do nothing but think and watch and wait, and then his face grew very grey, and his eyes very hard, and his hands were clenched. Peter knew that Stephen had an enemy, and that one day he would meet him. Some of the men and girls were dancing now in the middle of the room. The floor and the walls shook a little with the noise that the heavy boots of the fishermen made, and the smoky lamp swung from side to side. The heat was great, and someone opened the window, and the snow came swirling, in little waves and eddies, in and out, blown by the breeze, dark and heavy outside against the clouded sky, white and delicate and swiftly vanishing in the room. Dicky the Fool came across the floor and talked to Stephen in his smiling, rambling way. People pitied Dicky, and shook their heads when his name was mentioned. But Peter never could understand this, because the fool seemed always to be happy and cheerful, and he saw so many things that other people never saw at all. It was only when he was drunk that he was unhappy, and he was pleased with such very little things, and he told such wonderful stories. Stephen was always kind to the fool, and the fool worshipped him. But tonight Peter saw that he was paying no heed to the fool's talk. The fool had a story about 3 stars that he had seen rolling down the grey hill, and behold, when they got to the bottom, little bright nickety things like new saxpennies. It was suddenly so dark that Dicky had to light his lantern and grope his way home with that, and all the frogs began croaking down in the marsh, something terrible. Now what was the meaning of that? But Stephen was paying no attention. His eyes were set on the open window and the drifting snow. Men came in stamping their great boots on the floor and rubbing their hands together. The fiddle was playing more madly than ever, and at every moment some couple would stop under the mistletoe, and the girl would scream and laugh, and the man's kiss could be heard all over the room. Through the open window came the sound of church bells. Stephen bent down and whispered in the boy's ear, "You'd best be going now, Peter lad. 'Tis 9:30, and chance, if you go back now, your luck'll not be so bad." But Peter whispered back, "Not yet, Stephen, a little while longer." Peter was tremendously excited. He could never remember being quite so excited before. It was all very thrilling, of course, with the dancing and the music and the lights, but there was more than that in it. Stephen was so unlike himself, but then possibly Christmas made him sad, because he would be thinking of last Christmas and the happy time that he had had because his girl had been with him. But there was more than that in it. Then, suddenly, a curious thing happened to Peter. He was not asleep. He was not even drowsy. He was sitting with his eyes wide open, staring at the window. He saw the window with its dark frame, and he saw the snow. And then, in an instant, the room, the people, the music, the tramping of feet, the roar of voices, these things were all swept away, and instead there was absolute stillness, only the noise that a little wind makes when it rustles through the blades of grass. And above him rose the grey hill, with its funny sugar-loaf top, and against it heavy black clouds were driving. Outlined sharply against the sky was the straight stone pillar that stood in the summit of the grey hill, and was called by the people the Giant's Finger. He could hear some sheep crying in the distance, and the tinkling of their bells. Then suddenly the picture was swept away, and the room and the people and the dancing were before him and around him once more. He was not surprised by this. It had happened to him before, at the most curious times. He had seen, in the same way, the grey hill and the Giant's Finger, and he had felt the cold wind about his neck. And always something had happened. "Stephen," he whispered, "Stephen." But Stephen's hand was crushing his hand like an iron glove, and Stephen's eyes were staring, like the eyes of a wild animal, at the door. A man, a short, square man with a muffler round his throat, and a little mouth and little ears, had come in, and was standing by the door, looking round the room. Stephen whispered gently in Peter's ear, "Run home, Peter boy," and he kissed him very softly on the cheek. Then he put him down on the floor. Stephen rose from his chair and stood for an instant staring at the door. Then he walked across the room, brushing the people aside, and tapped the little man with the muffler on the shoulder. "Samuel Burstead," he said, "good evening to yer." All the room seemed to cease moving and talking at the moment when Stephen Brant said that. They stood where they were, like the people in The Sleeping Beauty, and Peter climbed up onto his chair again to see what was going to happen. He pulled up his stockings, and then sat forward in his chair, with his eyes gazing at Stephen, and his hands very tightly clenched. When afterwards he grew up and thought at all about his childhood, this scene always remained, over and beyond all the others. He wondered sometimes why it was that he remembered it all so clearly, that he had it so dramatically and forcibly before him, when many more recent happenings were clouded and dull. But when he was older, he knew that it was because it stood for so much of his life. It was because that Christmas Eve in those dim days was really the beginning of everything, and in the later interpretation of it, so much might be understood. But to a boy of that age, the things that stood out were not, of necessity, the right things, and any unreality that it might have had was due perhaps to his fastening on the incidental, fantastic things that a small child notices always more vividly than a grown person. In the very first instant of Stephen speaking to the man with the muffler, it was Dicky the Fool's open mouth and staring eyes that showed Peter how important it was. The fool had risen from his chair and was standing leaning forward, his back black against the blazing fire, his silly mouth agape, and great terror in his eyes. Being odd in his mind, he felt perhaps something in the air that the others did not feel, and Peter seemed to catch fright from his staring eyes. The man at the door had turned round when Stephen Brant spoke to him, and had pushed his way out of the crowd of men and stood alone, fingering his neck. "I'm here, Stephen Brant, if yer want me." Sam Figgis came forward then and said something to Stephen, and then shrugged his shoulders and went back to his wife. He seemed to feel that no one could interfere between the two men. It was too late for interference. Then things happened very quickly. Peter saw that they had all, men and women, crowded back against the benches and the wall, and were watching, very silently and with great excitement. He found it very difficult to see, but he bent his head and peered through the legs of a big fisherman in front of him. He was shaking all over his body. Stephen had never before appeared so terrible to him. He had seen him when he was very angry and when he was cross and ill-tempered, but now he was very ominous in his quiet way, and his eyes seemed to have changed color. The small boy could only see the middle of the floor, and pieces of legs and skirts and trousers, but he knew by the feeling in the room that Stephen and the little man were going to fight. Then he moved his head round and saw between two shoulders, and he saw that the two men were stripping to the waist. The center of the room was cleared, and Sam Figgis came forward to speak to Stephen again, and this time there was more noise, and the people began to shout out loud, and the men grew more and more excited. There had often been fights in that room before, and Peter had witnessed one or two, but there had never been this solemnity and ceremony. Everyone was very grave. It did not occur to Peter that it was odd that it should be allowed. No one thought of policemen 20 years ago in Trellis, and Sam Figgis was more of a monarch in the Bending Mule than Queen Victoria. And now 2 of the famous old chairs were placed at opposite corners, and quite silently 2 men, with serious faces, as though this were the most important hour of their life, stood behind them. Stephen and the other man, stripped to their short woolen drawers, came into the middle of the room. Stephen had hair all over his chest, and his arms and his neck were tremendous, and Peter, as he looked at him, thought that he must be the strongest man in the world. His enemy was smooth and shiny, but he seemed very strong, and you could see the muscles of his arms and legs move under his skin. Someone had marked a circle with chalk, and all the men and women, quite silent now, made a dark line along the wall. The lamp in the middle of the room was still swinging a little, and they had forgotten to close the window, so that the snow, which was falling more lightly now, came in little clouds, with breaths of wind, into the room, and the bells were yet pealing, and could be heard very plainly against the silence. Then Sam Figgis, who was standing with his legs wide apart, said something that Peter could not catch, and a little sigh of excitement went up all round the room. Peter, who was clutching his chair with both hands, and choking very painfully in his throat, knew, although he had no reason for his knowledge, that the little man with the shining chest meant to kill Stephen if he could. The two men moved round the circle very slowly, with their fists clenched and their eyes watching every movement. Then suddenly they closed. At once Peter saw that the little man was very clever, cleverer than Stephen. He moved with amazing quickness. Stephen's blows came like sledgehammers, and sometimes they fell with a dull, heavy sound on the other man's face and on his chest, but more often they missed altogether. The man seemed to be everywhere at once, and although the blows that he gave Stephen seemed to have little effect, yet he got past the other's defence again and again. Then, again, the figures in front of Peter closed in, and he saw nothing. He stood on his chair. No one noticed him now, but he could not see. His face was very white, and his stockings had fallen down over his boots, but with every movement he was growing more afraid. He caught an instant's vision of Stephen's face, and he saw that it was white, and that he was breathing hard. The room seemed to be ominously silent, and then men would break out into strange threatening sounds, and Peter could see one woman, a young girl with a red shawl about her shoulders, her back against the wall, staring with a white face. He could not see. He could not see. He murmured once very politely. He thought he said it aloud, but it was really under his breath. "Please, please, would you mind if you stood aside just a little?" But the man in front of him was absorbed and heard nothing. Then he knew that there was a pause. He caught a glimpse of the brick floor, and he saw that Stephen was sitting back in his chair. His face was white, and blood was trickling out from the corner of his mouth onto his beard. Then Peter remembered old Frosted Moses' words, "The courage you bring to it," and he sat back in his chair again, and with hands clenched, waited. He would be brave, braver than he had ever been before, and perhaps in some strange way his bravery would help Stephen. He determined with all the power that he had to be brave. They had begun again. He heard the sound of the blows, the movement of the men's feet on the rough brick of the floor. People cried out. The man in front of him pressed forward, and he had a sudden view. Stephen was on one knee, and his head was down, and the other man was standing over him. It was all over. Stephen was beaten. Stephen would be killed, and in another minute Peter would have pushed past the people and run into the middle of the room. But Sam Figgis had again come forward, and the two men were in their chairs again. There followed another terrible time when Peter could see nothing. He waited. He could hear them moving again, the noise of their breathing and of their feet. The men in the crowd were pressing nearer, but there was no word spoken. He must see. At all costs, he must see. And he climbed down from his chair and crept unnoticed towards the front. Nobody saw him or realized him. Stephen was bending back. He seemed to be slowly sinking down. The other man, from whose face blood was now streaming, was pressing on to him. Peter knew that it was all over, and that there was no hope. There was a dreadful cold, hard pain in his throat, and he could scarcely see. Courage! He must have it for Stephen. With every bit of his soul, and his mind, and his body, he was brave. He stood taut, his little legs stiff beneath him, and flung defiance at the world. He and Stephen were fighting that shiny man together, both of them. Now! Courage! Stephen's head lifted a little, and then slowly Peter saw him pulling his body together. He grew rigid. He raised his head, and as a tree falls, his fist crashed into his enemy's face. The man dropped without a word and lay motionless. It was over. Stephen gravely watched for a moment the senseless body, and then sat back in his chair, his head bowed on his chest. The fight had not, perhaps, been like that. There must have been many other things that happened, but that was always how Peter remembered it. And now there was confusion, a great deal of noise and people talking very loudly, but Stephen said nothing at all. He did not look at the body again, but when he had recovered a little, still without a word to anyone, and with his eyes grave and without expression, he moved to the corner where his clothes lay. "He's not dead. No, give him room there, he's moving." And from the back of the crowd, the fool's silly face peering over. Peter crept unnoticed to the door. The clocks were striking 10, and someone in the street was singing. He pulled up his stockings and fastened his garters. Then he slipped out into the snow, and saw that the sky was full of stars, and that the storm had passed. End of Fortitude by Hugh Walpole. Chapter 1. The Freelands by John Galsworthy. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Chapter 1. May Day afternoon in Oxford Street, and Felix Freeland, a little late, on his way from Hampstead to his brother John's house in Porchester Gardens. Felix Freeland, author, wearing the very first grey top hat of the season. A compromise that, like many other things in his life and works, between individuality and the accepted view of things, aestheticism and fashion, the critical sense and authority. After the meeting at John's to discuss the doings of the family of his brother Morton Freeland, better known as Todd, he would perhaps look in on the caricatures at the English Gallery and visit one Duchess in Mayfair concerning the George Richard Memorial. And so not the soft felt hat which really suited authorship, nor the black top hat which obliterated personality to the point of pain, but this grey thing with narrowish black band, very suitable, in truth, to a face of a pale buff colour, to a moustache of a deep buff colour streaked with a few grey hairs, to a black braided coat cut away from a buff-coloured waistcoat, to his neat boots, not patent leather, faintly buffed with May-Day dust. Even his eyes, Freeland grey, were a little buffed over by sedentary habit and the number of things that he was conscious of. For instance, that the people passing him were distressingly plain, both men and women, plain with a particular plainness of those quite unaware of it. It struck him forcibly, while he went along, how very queer it was that with so many plain people in the country, the population managed to keep up even as well as it did. To his wonderfully keen sense of defect, it seemed little short of marvellous. A shambling, shoddy crew, this crowd of shoppers and labour demonstrators, a conglomeration of hopelessly mediocre visages. What was to be done about it? Ah, what indeed, since they were evidently not aware of their own dismal mediocrity. Hardly a beautiful or a vivid face, hardly a wicked one, never anything transfigured, passionate, terrible, or grand. Nothing Greek, early Italian, Elizabethan, not even beefy, beery, broad old Georgian. Something clutched in and squashed out about it all. On that collective face something of the look of a man almost comfortably and warmly wrapped round by a snake at the very beginning of its squeeze. It gave Felix Freeland a sort of faint excitement and pleasure to notice this, for it was his business to notice things and embalm them afterward in ink. And he believed that not many people noticed it, so that it contributed in his mind to his own distinction, which was precious to him. Precious and encouraged to be so by the press, which, as he well knew, must print his name several thousand times a year. And yet, as a man of culture and of principle, How he despised that kind of fame, and theoretically believed that a man's real distinction lay in his oblivion of the world's opinion, particularly as expressed by that flighty creature, the Fourth Estate. But here again, as in the matter of the grey top hat, he had instinctively compromised, taking in press cuttings which described himself and his works, while he never failed to describe those descriptions, good, bad, and indifferent, as that stuff, and their writers as those fellows. Not that it was new to him to feel that the country was in a bad way. On the contrary, it was his established belief, and one for which he was prepared to furnish due and proper reasons. In the first place, he traced it to the horrible hold industrialism had, in the last 100 years, laid on the nation, draining the peasantry from the land, and in the second place to the influence of a narrow and insidious officialism, sapping the independence of the people. This was why, in going to a conclave with his brother John, high in government employ, and his brother Stanley, a captain of industry, possessor of the Morton plough works, he was conscious of a certain superiority in that he, at all events, had no hand in this paralysis which was creeping on the country. And getting more buff-coloured every minute, he threaded his way on, till, past the Marble Arch, he secured the elbow-room of Hyde Park. Here groups of young men, with chivalrous idealism, were jeering at and chivying the broken remnants of a suffrage meeting. Felix debated whether he should oppose his body to their bodies, his tongue to theirs, or whether he should avert his consciousness and hurry on. But that instinct which moved him to wear the grey top hat prevailing, he did neither, and stood instead looking at them in silent anger, which quickly provoked endearments such as, "Take it off," or "Keep it on," or "What cheer, Toppy?" but nothing more acute. And he meditated. Culture. Could culture ever make headway among the blind partisanships, the hand-to-mouth mentality, the cheap excitements of this town life? The faces of these youths, the tone of their voices, the very look of their bowler hats said, no, you could not culturalize the impermeable texture of their vulgarity. And they were the coming manhood of the nation, this inexpressibly distasteful lot of youths. The country had indeed got too far away from the land, and this essential towny commonness was not confined to the classes from which these youths were drawn. He had even remarked it among his own son's school and college friends. An impatience of discipline, an insensibility to everything but excitement and having a good time. A permanent mental indigestion due to a permanent diet of titbits. What aspiration they possessed seemed devoted to securing for themselves the plums of official or industrial life. His boy Alan even was infected, in spite of home influences and the atmosphere of art in which he had been so sedulously soaked. He wished to enter his Uncle Stanley's plough works, seeing in it a soft thing. But the last of the woman-baiters had passed by now, and conscious that he was really behind time, Felix hurried on. In his study, a pleasant room if rather tidy, John Freeland was standing before the fire smoking a pipe and looking thoughtfully at nothing. He was, in fact, thinking, with that continuity characteristic of a man who at 50 has won for himself a place of permanent importance in the Home Office. Starting life in the Royal Engineers, he still preserved something of a military look about his figure, and grave visage with steady eyes and drooping moustache, both a shade greyer than those of Felix, and a forehead bald from justness and knowing where to lay his hand on papers. His face was thinner, his head narrower than his brother's, and he had acquired a way of making those he looked at doubt themselves and feel the sudden instability of all their facts. He was, as has been said, thinking. His brother Stanley had wired to him that morning, "Am motoring up today on business. Can you get Felix to come at 6 o'clock and talk over the position at Todd's?" What position at Todd's? He had indeed heard something vague of those youngsters of Todd's and some fuss they were making about the labourers down there. He had not liked it. Too much of a piece with the general unrest and these new democratic ideas that were playing Old Harry with the country. For, in his opinion, the country was in a bad way, partly owing to industrialism, with its rotting effect upon physique, partly to this modern, analytic intellectualism, with its destructive and anarchic influence on morals. It was difficult to overestimate the mischief of those two factors, and in the approaching conference with his brothers, one of whom was the head of an industrial undertaking, and the other a writer whose books, extremely modern, he never read, he was perhaps vaguely conscious of his own cleaner hands. Hearing a car come to a halt outside, he went to the window and looked out. Yes, it was Stanley. Stanley Freeland, who had motored up from Becket, his country place, close to his plough works in Worcestershire, stood a moment on the pavement, stretching his long legs and giving directions to his chauffeur. He had been stopped twice on the road for not exceeding the limit, as he believed, and was still a little ruffled. Was it not his invariable principle to be moderate in speed, as in all other things? And his feeling at the moment was stronger even than usual that the country was in a bad way, eaten up by officialism, with its absurd limitations of speed and the liberty of the subject, and the advanced ideas of these new writers and intellectuals, always talking about the rights and sufferings of the poor. There was no progress along either of those roads. He had it in his heart, as he stood there on the pavement, to say something pretty definite to John about interference with the liberty of the subject, and he wouldn't mind giving old Felix a rap about his precious destructive doctrines, and continual girding at the upper classes, vested interests, and all the rest of it. If he had something to put in their place, that would be another matter. Capital and those who controlled it were the backbone of the country. What there was left of the country, apart from these D.D. officials and aesthetic fellows. And with a contraction of his straight eyebrows above his straight grey eyes, straight blunt nose, blunter moustaches, and blunt chin, he kept a tight rein on his blunt tongue, not choosing to give way even to his own anger. Then, perceiving Felix coming, in a white topper, by Jove, he crossed the pavement to the door, and tall, square, personable, rang the bell. End of The Freelands, by John Galsworthy. Chapter 1.
The Herapath Property, by J.S. Fletcher. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Chapter 1. Jacob Herapath is missing. This was the third week of Selwood's secretaryship to Jacob Herapath. Herapath was a well-known man in London. He was a member of Parliament, the owner of a sort of model estate of up-to-date flats, and something of a crank about such matters as ventilation, sanitation, and lighting. He himself, a bachelor, lived in one of the best houses in Portman Square, where he engaged Selwood as his secretary and made him take a convenient set of rooms in Upper Seymour Street, close by. He also caused a telephone communication to be set up between his own house and Selwood's bedroom, so that he could summon his secretary at any hour of the night. Herapath occasionally had notions about things in the small hours, and he was one of those active, restless persons who, if they get a new idea, like to figure on it at once. All the same, during those 3 weeks he had not once troubled his secretary in this fashion. No call came to Selwood over that telephone until 7:30 one November morning, just as he was thinking of getting out of bed, and the voice which then greeted him was not Herapath's. It was a rather anxious, troubled voice, and it belonged to one Kitteridge, a middle-aged man who was Herapath's butler. In the act of summoning Selwood, Kitteridge was evidently interrupted by some person at his elbow. All that Selwood made out was that Kitteridge wanted him to go round at once. He dressed hurriedly, and ran off to Herapath's house. There in the hall, near the door of a room which Herapath used as a study and business room, he found Kitteridge talking to Mountain, Herapath's coachman, who, judging by the state of his attire, had also been called hurriedly from his bed. "What is it, Kitteridge?" demanded Selwood. "Mr. Herapath ill?" The butler shook his head and jerked his thumb towards the open door of the study. "The fact is, we don't know where Mr. Herapath is, sir," he answered. "He hasn't slept in his bed, and he isn't in the house." "Possibly he didn't come home last night," suggested Selwood. "He may have slept at his club, or at a hotel." The butler and the coachman looked at each other. Then the coachman, a little sharp-eyed man who was meditatively chewing a bit of straw, opened his tightly compressed lips. "He did come home, sir," he said. "I drove him home, as usual. I saw him let himself into the house. 1 o'clock sharp, that was. Oh, yes, he came home." "He came home," repeated Kitteridge. "Look here, sir." He led the way into the study and pointed to a small table set by the side of Herapath's big business desk. "You see that tray, Mr. Selwood? That's always left out. There, on that table, for Mr. Herapath every night. A small decanter of whiskey, a siphon, a few sandwiches, a dry biscuit or two. Well, there you are, sir. He's had a drink out of that glass. He's had a mouthful or so of sandwiches. Oh, yes, he came home, but he's not home now. Charlesworth, the valet, you know, sir, always goes into Mr. Herapath's room at 7:15 every morning. When he went in just now he found that Mr. Herapath wasn't there, and the bed hadn't been slept in. So that's where things stand." Selwood looked round the room. The curtains had not yet been drawn aside, and the electric light cast a cold glare on the various well-known objects and fittings. He glanced at the evidences of the supper tray, then at the blotting-pad on Herapath's desk. There he might have left a note for his butler or his secretary, but there was no note to be seen. "Still, I don't see that there's anything to be alarmed at, Kitteridge," he said. "Mr. Herapath may have wanted to go somewhere by a very early morning train." "No, sir, excuse me, that won't do," broke in the butler. "I thought of it myself, but if he'd wanted to catch a train last night, he'd have taken a travelling coat and a rug and a bag of some sort. He's taken nothing at all in that way. Besides, I've been in this house 7 years, and I know his habits. If he'd wanted to go away by one of the very early morning trains, he'd have kept me and Charlesworth up, making ready for him. No, sir, he came home and went out again, must have done, and it's uncommonly queer. 7 years I've been here, as I say, and he never did such a thing before." Selwood turned to the coachman. "You brought Mr. Herapath home at 1 o'clock," he said. "Alone?" "He was alone, sir," replied the coachman, who had been staring round him as if to seek some solution of the mystery. "I'll tell you all that happened. I was just beginning to tell Mr. Kitteridge here when you came in. I fetched Mr. Herapath from the House of Commons last night at 11:15. Took him up to the Palace Yard at the usual spot, just as the clock was striking. 'Mountain,' he says, 'I want you to drive round to the estate office. I want to call there.' So I drove him there. That's in Kensington, as you know, sir. When he got out, he says, 'Mountain,' he says, 'I shall be 3/4 of an hour or so here. Wrap the mare up and walk her about,' he says. I did as he said, but he was more than 3/4. It was like an hour. Then at last he came back to the brougham, just said one word, 'Home,' and I drove him here, and the clocks were striking 1 when he got out. He said, 'Good night,' and I saw him walk up the steps and put his key in the latch, as I drove off to our stables. And that's all that I know about it." Selwood turned to the butler. "I suppose no one was up at that time?" he inquired. "Nobody, sir," answered Kitteridge. "There never is. Mr. Herapath, as you've no doubt observed, is a bit strict in the matter of rules, and it's one of his rules that everybody in the house must be in bed by 11:30. No one was ever to sit up for him on any occasion. That's why this supper tray was always left ready. His usual time for coming in when he'd been at the house was 12 o'clock. "Everybody in the house might be in bed," observed Selwood, "but not everybody might be asleep. Have you made any inquiry as to whether anybody heard Mr. Herapath moving about in the night, or leaving the house? Somebody may have heard the hall door opened and closed, you know." "I'll make inquiry as to that, sir," responded Kitteridge, "but I've heard nothing of the sort so far, and all the servants are aware by now that Mr. Herapath isn't in the house. If anybody had heard anything—" Before the butler could say more, the study door opened, and a girl came into the room. At sight of her, Selwood spoke hurriedly to Kitteridge. "Have you told Miss Wynne?" he whispered. "Does she know?" "She may have heard from her maid, sir," replied Kitteridge in low tones. "Of course they're all talking of it. I was going to ask to see Miss Wynne as soon as she was dressed." By that time the girl had advanced towards the 3 men, and Selwood stepped forward to meet her. He knew her as Herapath's niece, the daughter of a dead sister of whom Herapath had been very fond. He knew, too, that Herapath had brought her up from infancy and treated her as a daughter. She was at this time a young woman of 21 or 2, a pretty, eminently likable young woman, with signs of character and resource in eyes and lips, and Selwood had seen enough of her to feel sure that in any disturbing event she would keep her head. She spoke calmly enough as the secretary met her. "What's all this, Mr. Selwood?" she asked. "I understand my uncle is not in the house, but there is nothing alarming in that, Kittredge, is there? Mr. Herapath may have gone away during the night, you know." "Kittredge thinks that highly improbable," replied Selwood. "He says that Mr. Herapath had made no preparation for a sudden journey, has taken no travelling coat or rug, or luggage of any sort." "Did he come in from the house?" she asked. "Perhaps not?" Kittredge pointed to the supper tray, and then indicated the coachman. "He came in as usual, miss," he replied. "Or, rather, an hour later than usual. Mountain brought him home at 1 o'clock, and he saw him let himself in with his latchkey." Peggy Wynne turned to the coachman. "You're sure that he entered the house?" she asked. "As sure as I could be, miss," replied Mountain. "He was putting his key in the door when I drove off." "He must have come in," said Kittredge, pointing to the tray. "He had something after he got in." "Well, go and tell the servants not to talk, Kittredge," said Peggy. "My uncle, no doubt, had reasons for going out again. Have you said anything to Mr. Tertius?" "Mr. Tertius isn't down yet, miss," answered the butler. He left the room, followed by the coachman, and Peggy turned to Selwood. "What do you think?" she asked, with a slight show of anxiety. "You don't know of any reason for this, do you?" "None," replied Selwood. "And as to what I think, I don't know sufficient about Mr. Herapath's habits to be able to judge." "He never did anything like this before," she remarked. "I know that he sometimes gets up in the middle of the night and comes down here, but I never knew him to go out. If he'd been setting off on a sudden journey, he'd surely have let me know. Perhaps—" She paused suddenly, seeing Selwood lift his eyes from the papers strewn about on the desk to the door. She, too, turned in the same direction. A man had come quietly into the room, a slightly built, little man, grey-bearded, delicate-looking, whose eyes were obscured by a pair of dark-tinted spectacles. He moved gently and with an air of habitual shyness, and Selwood, who was naturally observant, saw that his lips and his hands were trembling slightly as he came towards them. "Mr. Tertius," said Peggy, "do you know anything about Uncle Jacob? He came in during the night, 1 o'clock, and now he's disappeared. Did he say anything to you about going away early this morning?" Mr. Tertius shook his head. "No, nothing," he answered. "Disappeared? Is it certain he came in?" "Mountain saw him come in," she said. "Besides, he had a drink out of that glass, and he ate something from the tray. See?" Mr. Tertius bent his spectacled eyes over the supper tray, and remained looking at what he saw there for a while. Then he looked up, and at Selwood. "Strange," he remarked, "and yet, you know he is a man who does things without saying a word to anyone. Have you, now, a thought of telephoning to the estate office? He may have gone there." Peggy, who had dropped into a chair at Herapath's desk, immediately jumped up. "Of course, we must do that at once," she exclaimed. "Come to the telephone, Mr. Selwood. We may hear something." She and Selwood left the room together. When they had gone, Mr. Tertius once more bent over the supper tray. He picked up the empty glass, handling it delicately. He held it between himself and the electric light over the desk. He narrowly inspected it, inside and out. Then he turned his attention to the plate of sandwiches. One sandwich had been taken from the plate and bitten into, once. Mr. Tertius took up that sandwich with the tips of his delicately shaped fingers. He held that, too, nearer the light, and having looked at it he hastily selected an envelope from the stationery cabinet on the desk, carefully placed the sandwich within it, and set off to his own rooms in the upper part of the house. As he passed through the hall he heard Selwood at the telephone, which was installed in a small apartment at the foot of the stairs. He was evidently already in communication with someone at the Herapath estate office. Mr. Tertius went straight to his room, stayed there a couple of minutes, and went downstairs again. Selwood and Peggy Wynne were just coming away from the telephone. They looked up at him with faces grave with concern. "We're wanted at the estate office," said Selwood. "The caretaker was just going to ring us up when I got through to him. Something is wrong with Mr. Herapath." End of The Herapath Property by J.S. Fletcher, Chapter 1.
Historia de los judíos en España, desde los tiempos de su establecimiento hasta principios del presente siglo, por don Adolfo de Castro. Primera parte del libro primero. Esta es una grabación para Librivox. Todas las grabaciones de Librivox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para ser voluntario, por favor visite librivox.org. Narrado por Claudia Barrett. Historia de los judíos en España desde los tiempos de su establecimiento hasta principios del presente siglo. Obra escrita e ilustrada, con varios documentos rarísimos, por don Adolfo de Castro. En los primeros años del reinado de los muy católicos esposos, tan empinada era la herejía que los letrados estaban en punto de predicar la ley de Moisés, los simples no podían encubrir ser judíos. Andrés Bernaldez. Cádiz, imprenta, librería y litografía de la Revista Médica, a cargo de don Vicente Caruana. Plaza de la Constitución número 11, 1847. Resumen del libro primero. Introducción. Fabuloso establecimiento de los judíos en España en tiempos de Nabucodonosor. Carta apócrifa que se dice enviada por la Sinagoga de Toledo a Jerusalén, oponiéndose a la muerte de Jesucristo. Patrañas que nacieron de esta ficción. Verdadero establecimiento de los judíos en la península hispánica. Disposición contra ellos por los padres del concilio eliberitano. Venida de los godos a España. Libertad que en ella tenían los judíos, mientras éstos fueron arrianos. Conviértese Recaredo al catolicismo. Decreto del Concilio III de Toledo contra los judíos. Persecución de éstos en tiempos del rey Sisebuto. Decretos de los concilios toledanos en los reinados de Chintila, Risesvinto y Ejica. Fabulosa protección que se dice dada por el rey Witiza a los judíos. Conciértanse los judíos de España con los de África para que los árabes entren a reducir la península. Venida de éstos y batalla del Guadalete, donde perece la flor de la nobleza goda. Ayudan los judíos en sus empresas a los árabes. Guarnecen las principales ciudades que éstos conquistaban. Cobran su perdida libertad. Libro primero. Mi intento es tratar de la varia y casi siempre trágica suerte de los judíos en España. Historia llena no de ilustres vencimientos, señaladas proezas y altos fines, sino de calamidades, conflictos, persecuciones, motines de la plebe, robos, incendios, destierros, muertes a fuego en públicos cadalsos, infamias de linajes, encarcelamientos, oprobios y otros rigorisísimos castigos. En ella mostraré cuán fuera de toda razón han caminado aquellos escritores que, corrompiendo la verdad, tuvieron y aún tienen a los antiguos judíos españoles por hombres tan solo dados a la usura y a esconder en las entrañas de la tierra el fruto de sus trabajos, comercios y granjerías. Puesto que a ellos debe España grandes adelantamientos en la medicina, en la filosofía, en las matemáticas y en la náutica, los reyes los consultaban en las más arduas materias de Estado y acometían, con el favor de sus consejos y dinero, las más dificultosas, las mayores y las más arriesgadas empresas. Mostraré además el yerro y grande sobreinjusticia que cometieron los reyes católicos al ordenar su extrañamiento de los reinos de España, sustentando mi opinión con las apretadísimas razones de Estado que para un hecho tan importante se oponían, y lo sin fruto y aprovechamiento que son las persecuciones, castigos y otros rigores en materias religiosas, pues los monarcas bien podrán regir con las leyes de la fuerza los cuerpos de sus vasallos, pero no podrán sujetar los ánimos, porque más fácil cosa sería poner antes frenos a los vientos y hacer que volviesen atrás las corrientes de los ríos. Escribo esta historia sin pasión ni artificio, como de cosas que nada me tocan. Ni soy judío, ni vengo de judaizantes. Solo es mi propósito sustentar la verdad. Leí a qué debe caminar ajustado todo historiador, y ella no puede peligrar en mi pluma, porque no acostumbro ver con ojos apasionados lo que está lejano de mis opiniones. Algunos escritores han hecho mención de los sucesos prósperos y adversos de los judíos españoles, y no han faltado excelentes ingenios para tratar de los tiempos de su expulsión, pero casi todos nos han cortado sus relaciones a la medida de la verdad, así por el miedo a los reyes católicos mientras vivían, como después de muertos, por el odio que bebieron en los pechos de sus madres contra todo lo perteneciente a la nación judaica. De su suerte, hombres en sangre ilustres, y tenidos en la prudencia por cuerdos, en la virtud por únicos, y en las ciencias por maestros, se dejaban arrebatar de la corriente de 1000 locuras y desvaríos, y llegaban a un punto de extremada ceguedad, causando un daño irremediable a la historia y a las letras, por donde se ve que no son bastantes los estudios, no el claro ingenio, ni las ciencias para formar la sabiduría en el hombre, sino sacar el entendimiento de las cárceles en que está aprisionado desde la niñez, limpio de la corrupción y del veneno que bebió en las doctrinas del vulgo y en la ignorancia de sus padres y maestros. Las noticias que tenemos del establecimiento de los judíos en España están inficionadas de muchos y grandes errores, puesto que hombres doctísimos y tenidos en la historia por veraces dieron fe a consejas de la ruda y baja plebe, y a documentos fingidos o por el interés o por un vano deseo de ver acreditados con ellos sus patrañas. Cuentan algunos escritores que Nabucodonosor, rey de Babilonia, después de haber allanado los muros de la soberbia Jerusalén y puesto en cautividad al pueblo israelita, prosiguió sus victoriosas empresas destruyendo a Tiro y Egipto, y los lugares situados en las riberas africanas. Después, para tomar venganza y satisfacción de los fenicios por haber dado socorro a los de Tiro, cuando él los apretaba con un porfiado cerco, entró en las tierras de España, sujetó a sus habitantes y dejó en ellas gran número de judíos que caminaban con su ejército, los cuales echaron los fundamentos de Toledo, Sevilla y otras antiquísimas ciudades. Tertuliano, Eusebio Cesariense, San Clemente Alejandrino y algunos autores más tratan a la larga de las conquistas y navegaciones hechas por Nabucco, así en Libia como en toda Asia hasta Armenia, y ninguno habla de la venida y toma a sangre y fuego de la península hispánica, y aunque pudieran traerse razones y argumentos tan verosímiles que fueran parte para mostrar claramente que ganó a fuerza de armas y brazos estas tierras, hay mayores para creer que con su ejército no vinieron judíos. Sabido es el odio y perpetua desconformidad que había entre estos y los asirios, especialmente por la religión, según el testimonio del grave y auténtico historiador Flavio Josefo. Entre ellos andaban enajenados los ánimos con ciego rencor y enemiga, los unos por verse puestos en esclavitud y miseria, los otros por recibir continuamente y a la sorda daños de los mismos que tenían oprimidos en pesado cautiverio. Es caso, por tanto, imposible de creer que Nabucodonosor, por la jornada atrevidísima de África y España, trajese en compañía de su ejército a tan temibles y molestos enemigos, y aún más, que dejase en manos de ellos las tierras que con la sangre, sudor y trabajos de sus vasallos había adquirido. Otros historiadores afirman que vinieron judíos a España con su capitán Pirro en este tiempo, y que poblaron en dos partes, una llamada Toledo y otra Lucina o Lucena. Pero todas estas noticias van separadas de la verdad muchas leguas de camino. La cierta y más acreditada es que los que escaparon de la muerte en la toma de Jerusalén fueron llevados en cadenas a Babilonia. Así se lee en el Libro de los Reyes y en el Paralipomenon. Los que han querido dar por cierto el establecimiento de los judíos en España después de su conquista por las armas de Nabucodonosor, afirman que éstos tenían en las más principales ciudades de la península hispánica sinagogas, de quienes eran cabeza y primada la de Toledo. Cuentan además que cuando empezaba Jesucristo su predicación en Jerusalén, como determinasen los escribas y fariseos perderlo, y tuviesen siempre la costumbre de consultar con todas las sinagogas del universo en los asuntos más dificultosos, para pedirle su parecer y consentimiento, enviaron a la archisinagoga de Toledo cartas de los príncipes y sacerdotes con un tal Samuel, su mensajero. Juntáronse los judíos de Toledo en concilio, y en nombre de las demás sinagogas de España, de las cuales tenían poderes, respondieron después de haber dado oídos también a la lectura de las cartas de un tal Eleázaro, sacerdote suyo y varón de santa vida, que llamado de sus negocios había tomado el camino de Jerusalén, y era testigo y aficionado a la vida y hechos milagrosos de Jesús. La respuesta era una contradicción de los judíos españoles para que los de Jerusalén no quitasen la vida a Jesucristo. Dicen que fue hallada después en Toledo, cuando don Alfonso VI sacó del poder de moros esta ciudad, que estaba escrita en lengua hebrea y traducida luego en la arábiga, de orden de un sabio rey moro que tenía por nombre Galifre, que mandó a aquel monarca volverla en la castellana de aquel tiempo, y que, hasta el año de 1494, se conservaba en los archivos toledanos, de los cuales fue arrebatada por los judíos expulsos de España. Esta patraña, que yo la tengo por tal, está acreditada por muchos y muy buenos escritores, engañados por el forjador de semejante documento, tales como don Fray Prudencio Sandoval, Arias Montano, el doctor Juan de Vergara, el doctor Francisco Pisa, Fray Juan de Pineda, Quintana Dueñas, Rodrigo Caro, Tamayo de Vargas, Francisco de Padilla, don José de Pellicer, don Diego de Castejón, Rodrigo Méndez de Silva, y otros muchos, que por no caer en prolijidad remite al silencio mi pluma. Para honra de las letras españolas, no callaré que la han reputado por apócrifa varios autores insignes, tales como el marqués de Mondejar, el sapientísimo Nicolás Antonio y otros excelentes críticos. Dice la carta así, traducida según quieren hacernos creer, en la lengua y en los tiempos de don Alfonso VI. Comillas. Levi archisinagogo, et Samuel et Joseph, homes bonos de el Aljama de Toledo, a Eleazar, muid gran sacerdote, a Samuel Canut y Anás, y Caifás, homes bonos del Aljama, de la Tierra Santa, salud en el Dios de Israel. Azarias voso home, maeso en ley, nos asdujo las cartas que vos nos enviabades, por las cuales nos faciades saber cómo pasaba la facienda del profeta Nazaret, que dis que facie muchas señas. Coló por esta vila, non ha mucho, un cierto Samuel, fil de Amasias, et fablo nusco, recontó muchas bondades desde home, que dis que es home humildoso e manso, fabla, con los laceriados, que faz a todos bien, a que faciendo a el mal, el non faz mal nienguen, a que es home fuerte, con superbos homes malos, que vos malamente teníades enemiga con él, por cuanto en faz él descubría voso pecados, ca por cuanto facia esto, le habíades mala voluntad, perquirimos de este home en qué año o mes o día había nacido, a que nos dijese, fallamos que el día de sua natividade fueron vistos en estas partes 3 soles que muelle a muelle se ficieron soldemente, un sol equemo, nosos padres cataron esta seña, armados dijeron que cedo, el Mesías nacería, a que por ventura era ya nacido. Catad, hermanos, si haya venido en non lo hayáis acatado. Relataba también el susodicho home, que el suo paí le recontaba que ciertos magos, homes de mucha paciencia, en la sua natividade, llegaron a Tierra Santa, perquiriendo el lugar donde el niño santo era nacido, que Herodes, voso rey, se asmó, depositó junto a homes sabios da sua vila, et perquirio, donde nacería el infante, por quien perquirían magos, le respondieron, en Betlem de Judá, según que Miqueas de Pergino profetó, que dijeron aquellos magos que una estrella de gran claridad del lueñe adujo a Tierra Santa. Catad non sea esta la profecía. Cantarán reyes y andarán en claridad de la sua natividade. Otros si catad, no persigades al que forades tenudos. Mucho honrar es recibir de bon talante, mai facer lo que tuvieres por bien aguisado. Nos vos decimos que ni por consejo, ni por noso albedrío, veniremos en consentimiento de la sua morte. Casi nos esto ficiésemos, luego sería nusco la profecía que dis. Congregáronse de consumo contra el Señor y contra su Mesías. E damos vos este consejo, magüera sodes homes de mutua sapensa, que tengades grande afincamiento sobre tamaña facienda, porque el Dios de Israel, enojado con busco, nos destruirá casa segunda de voso segundo templo. Case pades, cierto cedo ha de ser destruido. Por esta razón, nosos antepasados que salieron de captiverio de Babilonia, siendo suo capitán Pirro, que envió rey Ciro e adujo nusco muitas riquezas, que toyó de Babilonia el año de 69 de captividade, e fueron recuidos en Toledo de gentiles que y moraban e edificaron una grande aljama, e non quisieron volver a Jerusalén otra vegada. De Toledo 14 días del mes Nisan, era del César 18, y de Augusto Octaviano 71. Fin de las comillas. Las razones en que sustento mi parecer de que es pura ficción esta carta son no existir en tiempos de la muerte de Jesucristo judíos en España, en lo inverosímil y extraño de la consulta de los de Jerusalén, a todos los que estaban esparcidos por el orbe, y por último afirmar cuántos tienen por verdadero este papel, que fue traducido en el idioma español, cuando la conquista de Toledo por don Alfonso VI, edad en que todos los documentos se escribían en el latino, a más que la traducción de esta carta se encuentra fingida con la más extraña ignorancia y la más insolente desvergüenza literaria, porque está escrita en un lenguaje bárbaro, confusa mezcla de lengua castellana antigua con moderna, y con un poco de portuguesa y gallega. No hay linaje alguno de duda en que debió su formación al propósito de querer que los judíos pareciesen menos aborrecibles a los ojos del vulgo y aun de los nobles, y de mitigar también las cruelísimas persecuciones que en tiempos modernos sufrían por el tribunal del Santo Oficio. Este pensamiento me han sugerido varios autores que afirman que los descendientes de aquellos judíos de la sinagoga de Toledo que contradijeron la muerte de Jesús merecían ser premiados y tenidos por buenos. El padre Fray Juan de Pineda, en su Monarquía Eclesiástica, escribe lo siguiente, comillas, los judíos que en Toledo vivieron no se hallaron en Jerusalén en tiempo de la pasión de nuestro Redentor, ni consintieron en ella. Siendo esto así, se puede preciar del mejor linaje del mundo, porque la nobleza de la sangre depende de las excelencias personales de la parentela, juntamente con privilegios y honras concedidas de los príncipes. Y los fundadores de la casa de Israel, Abraham, Isaac y Jacob, fueron eminentísimos hombres honrados de Dios, sobre cuantos en el mundo nacieron. Luego los judíos que probaron no haber consentido en la muerte del Redentor, por la cual perdieron su hidalguía, y que habían creído en él, como lo hizo Nicodemus y Gamaliel, y otros algunos, sin duda estos serían del mejor linaje del mundo, y los que de ellos descendiesen. El padre Quintana Dueñas, en su Singularia obra póstuma, se alarga más en referir los merecimientos de todos aquellos que mostraron venir de los judíos que se opusieron a la muerte de Jesús, pues dice que deberían ser honrados con entrar en las órdenes militares y con alcanzar dignidades eclesiásticas. Por ser sus palabras curiosísimas, las pongo aquí, trasladadas de la lengua latina en la que fueron escritas. Comillas. Por tanto, no dejaré de notar que si alguno probare descender de los hebreos que de ningún modo dieron su consentimiento para la muerte de Cristo, y constare que la contradijo y que después de publicada la ley de gracia no cayó otra vez en el judaísmo, podría ser admitido en las órdenes y dignidades eclesiásticas, y no solo en las religiones, sino en las militares, en las cuales por estatutos está prohibida la entrada a cuantos descienden de linajes de judíos. Comillas. Nada tendría de extraño que después que éstos fueron expulsados de España, los que quedaron ocultos con el nombre de cristianos por haber recibido forzadamente el agua del bautismo, viendo el envilecimiento en que estaban tenidos los que venían de conversos, fingiesen ese documento y esparciesen esas noticias para levantar su estirpe, lisonjeando de este modo los afectos del vulgo, de los hombres doctos y aun de sus mismos perseguidores y enemigos. Por las palabras de estos autores se viene en conocimiento de cuán flaca y ciega es la razón humana, y cuán fácilmente tuerce y lleva la condición de los mortales a odiar lo más amado, y amar lo más aborrecido. Porque como los pareceres de los hombres están casi siempre regidos por la fuerza de las pasiones, tienen más mudanzas que el mar o que la luna, y del mismo modo que arrojan en el polvo todo lo que no camina ajustado a sus opiniones, ponen sobre las estrellas cuanto viene a conformarse con su natural y condición. Así los que aborrecían a todos aquellos que observaban la ley de Moisés y negaban a los que descendían de ellos la entrada en las dignidades eclesiásticas y en las órdenes militares, ya querían abrirles franca puerta, solamente por una ficción que era agradable a sus ojos. Tanto puede una noticia que traiga consigo apariencias de verdad y que alcance la aventura de ser acreditada por personas ilustres en la sangre, insignes en los hechos y doctas en los escritos. De haber dado fe a la carta por la cual se decía que los hebreos españoles y particularmente los del reino de Toledo, aunque fueron vivamente solicitados por los de Jerusalén, no quisieron prestar su voto y consentimiento en la muerte de Cristo, se levantaron otras patrañas que consiguieron ser recibidas con igual fortuna. Una de ellas fue asegurar que en el año 33 enviaron los judíos a Jerusalén 2 mensajeros a quienes llamaban Atanasio y José, para que hiciesen una protestación de palabra, no sólo en nombre de los de Toledo, sino en nombre de los de toda España, para embarazar los intentos de los escribas y fariseos. Otra es afirmar que después de crucificado Cristo, envió la archisinagoga de Toledo segunda legacía a Jerusalén con cartas para María Santísima y San Pedro, con el fin de que doctrinasen a sus mensajeros en la fe de Cristo, las cuales fueron llevadas por San Indalecio y Eufrasio. Entonces dicen que Eleázaro, cuya dignidad era tener la presidencia de la sinagoga, y gente española en Sión, escribió a los de Toledo, dándoles noticia de cómo había muerto Jesús por las maquinaciones de Anás y Caifás, y cómo venía a predicar la ley de gracia en España un varón santo llamado Jacobo, hijo del Zebedeo. En el falso cronicon, impreso como obra de Juliano, arcipreste de Santa Justa, se pone la siguiente carta, que aunque apócrifa, va traducida de la lengua latina en castellana y puesta en este lugar para divertimiento de los curiosos. Carta de Eleázaro a la sinagoga de Toledo. Comillas. Eleazar, archisinagogo o presidente de la sinagoga y gente española en Jerusalén, y los ancianos de su consejo, a Leví, archisinagogo toledano, y a los ancianos Samuel y Joseph, salud en el Dios de Israel. Sabed, hermanos míos, que predica en esta ciudad de Jerusalén un varón justo llamado Jesús Nazareno, el cual obra muchas maravillas, resucita muertos, sana leprosos, da vista a ciegos, pies a cojos, libre uso de miembros a paralíticos. Es hombre bienhechor de todos, humilde, benigno, misericordioso, grave y hermoso, más que los hijos de los hombres, agradable en las palabras, poderoso en las obras, y en todas sus acciones aventaja a los demás hombres. Venéranlo muchos por Mesías. Juan, hijo de Zacarías, varón santo, nos lo manifestó con el dedo, diciendo, Este es el Cordero de Dios. Nosotros no habemos querido consentir en su muerte, que le maquinaron Anás y Caifás, los príncipes de los sacerdotes. Y así os intimamos que ni vosotros, ni los que de las 12 tribus habitáis en España, deis consentimiento a tan sacrílega acción. Acordaos cuando Amán, no solo a nuestros antepasados, sino a otros muchos hebreos esparcidos por varias provincias, mandó quitar la vida en el afrentoso suplicio de la horca, y que al fin Dios dispuso de él que fuese colgado en la que tenía preparada para nuestro padre Mardoqueo. Nuestros padres tuvieron cartas de Artaxerxes, y por ellas luego al punto conocieron que en brevísimo tiempo se habían de cumplir las hebdómadas de Daniel, en el que el justo o había sido muerto o habría de morir. Haced también memoria de que nuestros padres fueron avisados de Daniel, cuando estuvo en Babilonia, de donde por su orden y disposición vinieron a España, y les profetizó la muerte del justo, por cuya causa había de ser desolado el templo de Jerusalén, y que Jeremías y otros profetas sienten mal de los judíos que permanecían en Jerusalén, no queriendo bajar a Egipto con el mismo Jeremías, pero de los judíos buenos enviados por Dios a España, hablan bien. En fin, os ruego, si llegaren con cartas judíos de Jerusalén, que irán brevemente para España, que no los recibáis, y si acaso los recibiereis, sea tan solo a Jacobo, hijo de Zebedeo, varón bueno y discípulo de Cristo crucificado, que, como dicen los discípulos, ya ha resucitado. Recibidlo con agrado, y a los demás discípulos de los apóstoles. Dios os guarde. En Jerusalén a 5 días del mes de Nisán. Con esta carta apócrifa se alargan muchos escritores hasta referir otras patrañas y sucesos tan extraños, que por no manchar mi historia con la relación de más errores, locuras y desvaríos, paso en silencio. Y viniendo a lo que anda más acreditado en las plumas de doctos varones, digo que los israelitas en tiempos de la dominación romana en España tenían poquísimas noticias de las tierras y cosas occidentales, porque como no habitaban en las riberas del mar, ni hacían navegaciones de una parte a otra para vender sus mercaderías, ni se fatigaban en peregrinar por el mundo para ver nuevas regiones, nuevas gentes y nuevas costumbres, tan solo conocían los reinos que lindaban con los suyos, así por la vecindad como por las guerras y cruelísimas discordias que los varios intereses entre unos y otros levantaban. Cuando tuvieron noticia de los hechos de los romanos y que éstos habían hallado en el corazón de España tantas y tan grandes minas de oro y plata, les enviaron mensajeros con el parabién de sus victorias y próspera fortuna, y juntamente para hacer amistades con pueblos tan valerosos. No vinieron a España, sino fueron derechamente a Roma, llevando cartas de favor para todos los reyes de Asia y Europa que tenían tierras en el camino por donde iban a pasar para cumplir su embajada. Y aunque en esta ocasión hicieron amistades los judíos con Roma, no hay memoria de que alguno de ellos quedase a vivir en la ciudad dominadora del orbe. Así lo afirman Flavio Josefo y Justino. Tampoco viajaban en aquella edad a Grecia, nación que les era tan cercana, pues no hay escritor de ella que haga memoria de los hechos de los hebreos. Cuando el gran Pompeyo, por las disensiones de Aristóbulo e Hircano, tomó a Jerusalén e hizo tributaria a Judea, 63 años antes del nacimiento de Cristo, pasaron algunos israelitas a Roma, y muchos más fueron llevados luego por Gabinio y Craso, de donde nació haber tantos en aquella ciudad, y de que sirviesen a Pompeyo en las guerras que sustentó contra Julio César. El emperador Augusto los favoreció grandemente, pues les dio permiso para vivir en barrio separado de Roma, a la otra banda del Tiber, que fue el primer asiento que ellos tuvieron en Europa. Pero, como usasen mal de esta licencia en tiempos de Tiberio César, salieron expulsados de la ciudad, y de ellos levantaron los cónsules 4,000 soldados para enviar a Cerdeña, y los que por su religión o por otras causas se negaron a entrar en la milicia, contradiciendo las órdenes rigurosas del emperador, fueron castigados con la muerte. No hay memoria de que viviesen en aquella edad judíos en las tierras de España. Estrabón, de al hablar de cuántos se habían extendido por el orbe, desciende a referir en particular las provincias en que ya habitaban. Nada dice de la española. El rey Agripa, tampoco en la carta que escribió al emperador Cayo Calígula, intercediendo por los hebreos, y eso que en ella hace puntualísima mención de todos los lugares de donde ellos se habían hecho vecinos. Cuando se derramaron por todo el mundo y consiguientemente vinieron a poblar en España, fue en el año 70 de la era cristiana, después de la destrucción de Jerusalén por el emperador Tito, hijo de Vespasiano, y en ella no levantaron ciudades ni les dieron nombres, como sin fundamento aseguran algunos. Venían como vencidos para recibir socorro, no para fabricar murallas. En las ciudades donde eran admitidos, vivieron muchos años mezclados con los naturales y demás vecinos, y después que con su trabajo adquirieron la posesión de riquezas, formaron barrios separados para vivir con más comodidad y tener más libremente congregaciones en sus sinagogas. Por lo común, los judíos que pasaron a España perdieron su lengua y se acomodaron facilísimamente a hablar en la de la tierra. Y esta es la razón, según el doctor Bernardo Alderete, por qué se nos pegaron tan pocos vocablos de la hebrea, que sin duda fueran más si ellos la hubieran conservado con el uso y con transmitirla a sus descendientes y a los moradores de las ciudades en donde vivían. No pasó mucho tiempo sin que la paz de los judíos fuese turbada. Congregados los obispos el año 303 en el concilio eliberitano, prohibieron la comunicación y tratos y contratos con ellos en lo posible, por cuanto intentaban con vivísimas y apretadas instancias llevar gente a la ley de Moisés. Además, fulminaron anatemas contra todos aquellos que comieran en compañía de israelitas, y contra los que permitieran que éstos bendijesen los frutos que de sí arrojaban las tierras de los cristianos. Algunos creen ver en estos cánones la prueba y grande del excesivo número de judíos que había entonces en España, pero yo encuentro otra mayor para llevar la opinión contraria en las leyes de los visigodos, cuya recopilación vulgarmente es llamada Fuerzo Juzgo. En ella se lee la división que de la península hicieron, tomando 2 partes para sí los godos y dando una a los romanos, nombre con que conocían a los españoles de aquel tiempo. Dice así una de las citadas leyes vuelta en lengua castellana, comillas, el departimiento que es fecho de las tierras de ellos, montes entre los godos y los romanos, en ninguna manera debe ser quebrantado, pues que pudiere ser probado, ni los romanos non deben tomar ni demandar nada de las 2 partes para los godos, ni los godos de la tercia parte de los romanos. Fin de comillas. Por donde se ve cuán pocos eran los judíos que habitaban en España, cuando en este repartimiento para nada se les nombra, silencio que no se advertiría si hubieran sido muchos en número. Y no traten los de la opinión contraria de desvanecer este argumento con decir que los godos mirarían con sumo desprecio y desdén a los hebreos, y que teniéndolos en poco crédito, cómo habían de repartirle tierras para que con trabajo y constancia solicitasen sus frutos, y con su comercio pudiesen pasar más cómodamente la vida, porque son razones fáciles de echar por el suelo, como fundadas sobre flacos cimientos. Las bárbaras gentes del norte salieron por pura ambición de sus casas, y por pura valentía se hicieron señores de las ajenas. Todas las fuerzas que intentaban vanamente atajarles el paso duraban ante ellas lo que un pequeño torbellino de polvo ante un viento recio e impetuoso. Para retener la usurpación de las tierras y dominios conquistados, usaban del buen gobierno, con el cual levantaban a las nubes su poderío, fundándolo en la verdadera obediencia y en el amor de los naturales, no en odios crueles y vanos intereses, que, aunque por algunos años conserven en apariencia, los imperios acaban en destruirlos, y son como aquella piedra que está en los cimientos de un viejo edificio y que se va gastando poco a poco. No demuestra su estrago hasta que ha desmoronado y hecho venir a tierra la fábrica que sustentaba. Y eso cuando ni las manos ni la industria ni la diligencia bastan a poner estorbos a su ruina. Por tanto, como los godos no eran arrastrados en sus acciones por la intolerancia católica, sino por el deseo de la buena conservación de sus conquistas, no habrían dejado caer en olvido a los hebreos a la hora de hacer el repartimiento de España, si éstos hubieran vivido en gran número por las ciudades. Es cierto que los reinados de los godos fueron llenos de fraternos odios y todo género de insultos y calamidades. Ellos, como gente bárbara y rústica, estaban dominados por la fuerza de las pasiones, y especialmente por la ambición, de suerte que con furiosa presteza ejecutaban cuantas maldades les sugerían sus entendimientos desbocados. Desposeían los vasallos a los reyes, quitándoles los tronos y las vidas con la violencia del veneno o de la espada. Y no solo vasallos, sino los hermanos a los hermanos, y aun los padres a los hijos. Tanto puede la ambición de reinar, y mucho más estando ésta junto al endurecimiento de los corazones, a la ferocidad de los ánimos y a la ignorancia de las virtudes. Pero en esta edad en que tanto se habían remontado los delitos, y hasta aquellos que más ofendían a la naturaleza, eran pocos los daños que recibían los españoles, como subyugados y sin fuerzas para sacudir de sus hombros el yugo que los oprimía, y al propio tiempo mantenidos en buen gobierno, nunca tomaban partido en los bandos que se levantaban para arrebatar el trono a la persona que en anteriores tumultos había recibido del ejército y la plebe la dignidad real. Entre godos eran sólo estas discordias y semejantes a las de dos fieras que después de darse favor para conseguir una presa y después de conseguirla riñen furiosamente con propósito cada cual de hacer la suya. Desde que Ataulfo entró con poderosa hueste a sangre y fuego en la península hispánica, reduciéndola prestamente y casi sin contradicción a su obediencia, lo cual, según conjeturas más o menos verosímiles, acaeció en el año de 415, hasta que Recaredo I comenzó a reinar en el de 586, abrazando la religión católica y detestando el arrianismo. Vinieron los judíos en paz y en incesante comercio con godos y españoles, ni eran despreciados ni oprimidos. Recaredo, después de abjurar las doctrinas de Arrio y atraer gran número de los de su parcialidad al catolicismo, fue quien abrió la puerta a las persecuciones contra el pueblo hebreo. En el concilio celebrado en Toledo el año de 589, se determinó que los judíos no ejerciesen públicos oficios, que no tuviesen mancebas cristianas, ni siervos cristianos, y que los hijos de éstos, engendrados en cautividad, fuesen dados por libres, y llevados a la religión católica con el agua del bautismo. Mucho alaba San Gregorio al rey Recaredo por no haberse dejado cegar de la justicia, cuando los judíos le ofrecieron una gran suma de dinero, con tal que derogase estas leyes, las cuales, según dicen, fueron ordenadas con propósito de impedir que ellos sedujesen a la ley de Moisés a los hombres y mujeres que tenían en sus casas por esclavos. Yo no pongo duda en que entonces tratarían de ganar los ánimos de muchas personas para hacerlas entrar en su religión, dado que quisieron estorbar los padres del concilio, pero tampoco la pongo en que tales providencias fueron contrarias a atajar el vuelo que iba tomando en España el judaísmo. Ya en este tiempo eran los hebreos muchos en número y poderosos por sus riquezas, y así el verse oprimidos y ultrajados dio ocasión para que empezasen a turbar con inquietudes y desobediencias el reino. Cerrar quiso la tierra a tantos males el rey Sisebuto, varón a quien nos pintan grande en el ánimo, esforzado en la guerra, justiciero en la paz, compasivo siempre, y sobre todo gran celador de la religión cristiana. Por lo cual, como también su mucha piedad no le permitiese tener vasallos no católicos, mandó desterrar de España a todos los judíos que no quisieron recibir el agua del bautismo. Huyeron muchos a Francia por no apartarse de su ley, pero los que, por conservar sus haciendas y domicilios se quedaron, que fueron unos 30,000, viéndose compelidos con tormentos y otros rigorísimos castigos, y a más amenazados con la muerte, se bautizaron, quedando judíos en el corazón, aunque cristianos en el nombre, como después lo dijeron los sucesos. Muchas y muy graves y justísimas censuras han caído sobre este rey por tan atroces e inhumanos hechos. San Isidoro, varón nada devoto a las costumbres de los israelitas, disculpa el celo del rey, llamándolo bueno y encaminado a la razón y a la justicia, pero reprueba los medios de que se sirvió, pues dice que debería haber entrado en los entendimientos de los judíos la verdad de la fe cristiana, no por la fuerza, el miedo y el poderío, sino por los halagos y por la enseñanza. Fin de la primera parte del libro primero de la Historia de los Judíos en España, por don Adolfo de Castro, narrado por Claudia Barrett. Historia de los judíos en España, desde los tiempos de su establecimiento hasta principios del presente siglo. Por don Adolfo de Castro. Segunda parte del libro primero. Esta es una grabación para Librivox. Todas las grabaciones de Librivox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para ser voluntario, por favor visite librivox.org. Narrado por Claudia Barrett. Segunda parte del libro primero. La causa de haber perseguido tan obstinada y cruelmente a los hebreos el rey Sisebuto, según aseguran buenos autores, fue una carta de Heraclio, el emperador que, habiéndose dado a la astrología judiciaria y a querer por medio de artes supersticiosas entender todo lo por venir, llegó a hacerse gran agorero y amigo de pronósticos. Y sabiendo por uno de ellos que había de ser destronado y violentamente muerto por gentes circuncidadas, imaginó estorbar su destronamiento y muerte con traer de fuerza o de grado a la religión cristiana a todos los judíos que vivían en sus tierras. Y no solo a estos, sino a los demás que vivían derramados por el orbe, empresa para la cual incitó a todos los reyes, sus amigos o aliados. No hay cosa que se oponga a creer que esta fue la ocasión de las persecuciones de los judíos por Sisebuto en España y luego por Dagoberto, rey de Francia, en sus tierras y señoríos. Pero antes de los tiempos del emperador Heraclio y de sus agüeros y pronósticos, ya había comenzado Recaredo a oprimir y vejar estas gentes, por donde juzgo que más que por ajenas persuasiones se rigió aquel monarca godo por una razón de estado para embarazar los males que ocasionaban al cristianismo la demasiada libertad con que vivían en sus reinos los hebreos. No pasó mucho tiempo sin que conociera Sisebuto el poco provecho que habían conseguido sus disposiciones. Vio que se aumentaban los daños que padecían sus dominios por constreñir a los judíos a cristianarse. Y como bárbaro e ignorante, en vez de atribuirlos a error suyo en elegir los medios para atajarlos, determinó otras providencias, si no iguales en crueldad, aún más crueles que las anteriores. Esto por una parte. Por otra, que las quejas de los judíos llegarían a sus oídos, como llegan las de todos los vasallos a los reyes, por muy grandes que sean, debilitadas. Y así resolvió con acuerdo de los obispos y magnates en las cortes, y concilio de Toledo el año 633, que se obligase a los que habían recibido el agua del bautismo a observar la religión cristiana, que no pudiesen educar a sus hijos menores, sino que éstos fuesen confiados a cristianos viejos, y últimamente que les estaba desde aquel momento vedado de tratar con todos los que aún no hubiesen venido a la fe, bajo la pena de esclavitud perpetua. Además, conminaron los padres del concilio con excomunión a cuantos fuesen en contrario, puesto que los judíos ganaban los ánimos en su favor, no sólo de los poderosos, sino de algunos obispos y sacerdotes, así por medio de las relaciones de amistad que su industria y comercio les facilitaban, como por sus riquezas, llaves con que en los tiempos más calamitosos solían cerrar las puertas de sus desdichas. Satisfecho no quedó Sisebuto con tantas y tan estrechas órdenes. Y así, con el fin de oprimir más a los hebreos conversos, dispuso por las leyes 12, 13 y 14 del fuero juzgo, título 4, que no comprasen siervos cristianos, y que no obligasen a los que tenían a circuncidarse y judaizar. Y además les imponía la obligación de manumitirlos conforme al derecho romano. Extraño parecerá, sin duda, a los ojos de algunos que después de tantas persecuciones porfiasen aún los judíos, no solamente en su ley, sino en comunicarla a otros, con el propósito de hacerla vulgar en España. Pero por lo dicho se vendrá en conocimiento de que estos hombres habían llegado a un punto de extremada opresión, y a la más baja y miserable suerte, y que se veían precisados a mitigarla o darle fin, so pena de quedar en ella, y aún en peor todo lo restante de su vida. Malográronse en flor sus esperanzas, porque las leyes rigorosas contra los hebreos se renovaron y aumentaron en las cortes y concilios de Toledo el año de 638, uno de los del reinado de Chintila. El rey Flavio Recesvinto también quiso poner la mano en el remedio de los males, que por los judíos ocultos con las apariencias de cristianos continuamente y a la sorda, se recibían en las tierras de sus dominios. Pero en esta empresa no quiso caminar por nueva senda, sino seguir las pisadas de sus predecesores. En el concilio celebrado en Toledo, el año de 655, pidió a los prelados que con gran diligencia proveyesen la forma de cerrar el paso a los israelitas en los desmanes que a pesar de tantas leyes y castigos diariamente cometían. Ellos, en esto, conociendo lo mal vistos que eran por el rey, y temerosos como gente experimentada, que nada favorable podían esperar de sus contrarios, dirigieron cartas a Recesvinto, las cuales se leen en el Fuerzo Juzgo, donde declararon haber con obstinación perseverado en judaizar, pero que ahora se volvían verdaderamente cristianos, y que no guardarían ningunas ceremonias de su ley, para mostrar con claridad lo apartado que estaban ya de sus errores. Esta franca declaración solo sirvió de embarazar que se hiciesen en los judíos más castigos y crueldades, y así toda la hazaña del concilio contra ellos se redujo a la renovación de las antiguas leyes y encomendar a los jueces que con el mayor cuidado les diesen cumplimiento. Pero todo fue en vano. Ellos persistieron en su ley y en transmitirla a otros, y los reyes y los obispos y los magnates en no separarse del errado y trabajoso camino que habían tomado para alcanzar el desarraigamiento del judaísmo en España. En los concilios y cortes celebrados en Toledo por los años de 656 y 681, volvieron a renovar las leyes y aumentarlas con otras. El rey Ejica, en el celebrado también en Toledo por el año de 693, pidió a los prelados que dispusiesen los medios de tener bien ataviados los templos y bien reparadas, ornadas y servidas las iglesias pequeñas, pues con grave dolor de su mucha piedad había llegado a sus oídos que cuánta y cuán grande mofa hacían de ellas los judíos, diciendo: «Quitáronos buenas sinagogas y tienen tales templos». También pidió que se les vedase ir a negociar al catablo, voz según Ambrosio de Morales, de origen griego, y que por cierto rodeo quiere significar el puerto en el idioma castellano. Dicen que esta providencia fue dirigida a meter en codicia a los cristianos de dedicarse al comercio y contratación en las ciudades marítimas de Levante, donde surgían naves cargadas de toda suerte de mercaderías venidas de los reinos extraños, las cuales eran compradas primeramente por los hebreos, los únicos o los más que traficaban entonces en España, puesto que la mayor parte de los godos y muchísimos españoles, ya unidos a ellos por los vínculos del parentesco y amistad, solo se ocupaban en envolver el reino en guerras civiles y en elegir y en destronar reyes. Las medicinas que se aplicaban a los males más parecían estragos y destrucciones que remedios. Veíanse los judíos tenidos en las leyes por libres, pero tratados por los hombres con la misma dureza que si fueran esclavos, y no sólo como esclavos, sino peor que los más dañinos y feroces animales. Los hijos que nacían de sus siervos les eran quitados desde el punto de nacer, cuando los cristianos conservaban los de los suyos en la propia esclavitud que tenían sus padres. Pretender los cargos públicos les era vedado. Las alas para comerciar libremente les fueron cortadas. Los llevaron por fuerza a una religión no conforme a la que aprendieron en su niñez. Prohibiéronles la abstinencia de manjares no permitidos por sus leyes hasta entonces, ya repugnados por la falta de costumbre. Sus hijos, cuando llegaban a la edad de 7 años, perdían ya que no el amor, los regalos y caricias maternas, pues les eran arrebatados para que recibiesen educación en la ley de Cristo, pero no de personas ligadas a ellos por los vínculos de la sangre o de la amistad. ¿Qué habían de enseñarles sino desprecio y aborrecimiento a aquellos que les dieron la vida? Sus quejas no eran escuchadas, ¿qué digo escuchadas?, ni aun permitidas. Para desagraviarlos en los ultrajes que de toda suerte de gentes recibían, se levantaban montes de dificultades, y para castigarlos en las faltas más pequeñas, se presentaban a los jueces precipicios y derrumbaderos en donde arrojarlos con mayor facilidad. Vivían sin tener confianza en las leyes presentes y temerosos siempre de las futuras, porque todas se ordenaban con el propósito de hacerles más bajo y miserable su estado. Hablar con una persona no reputada por verdadero cristiano les traía la pérdida de su libertad y una perpetua esclavitud. Sus mujeres, sus hijos y sus haciendas, todos estaban sujetos a la codicia y al odio de sus perseguidores. Las leyes favorables a ellos se daban para juzgarlos al olvido, y las adversas se interpretaban en el sentido que les eran más perjudiciales. A cualquier punto donde volvían los ojos no encontraban más que enemigos. Los fascinerosos los robaban sin temor y vergüenza y con entera libertad, porque ¿quién había de prestarles socorro en sus peligros cuando los magistrados les negaban en sus causas la justicia? Y así vivían sin tener facultades para gobernar en lo lícito sus haciendas, sus casas, sus hijos y sus mujeres, ellas temiendo constantemente por la libertad y por la vida de sus maridos, y ambos pasando sin sus hijos en la mayor amargura los días de la juventud, y esperando sin el calor y abrigo de ellos otras mayores amarguras para los días de la vejez, menospreciadas las leyes, recibiendo diariamente insultos y agravios, sin haber quien los castigase, y sin poder vengarlos con sus propias manos, perseguidos así por las leyes, por los obispos y por los magnates, como por los plebeyos, experimentando los mismos rigores y aún más que los esclavos, padeciendo todo el peso de una adversa fortuna y sin esperar los beneficios de una próspera, no hallando oídos para sus quejas, favor para sus riesgos, alivio para sus males, consuelo para sus aflicciones, piedad para sus infelicidades, y reparo y enmienda para sus daños, y por último, viéndose en todo tiempo y lugar, y por todo linaje de gentes, tratados con opresión, con desprecio, con odio y hasta con vilipendio. Para sacudir del cuello el intolerable yugo que los oprimía, urdieron los judíos una conspiración con propósito de dar muerte al rey Egica y a todos los magnates y prelados que no les eran afectos, y de alzarse con el señorío de las tierras españolas, empresa que iban a poner en ejecución con ayuda de sus hermanos, los que estaban avecinados en las ciudades africanas. Sin embargo, de las maquinaciones que ellos tomarían para que su decreto no fuese público hasta la hora conveniente, llegaron a oídos del rey las tramas que tan en su daño maquinaban. Y así, en el 17º concilio y último de los celebrados en Toledo, dio la nueva de caso tan grave y de tanta importancia a los prelados y caballeros del reino que estaban juntos en cortes, declarando todo lo que por manifiestos indicios y por la confesión de algunos conjurados había descubierto, que era reducido a haberse carteado los judíos españoles con los de África, con el fin de concertar el modo de levantarse contra los cristianos y destruirlos. No se embarazaron mucho los ánimos de éstos al escuchar tales maquinaciones, antes bien resolvieron que los judíos complicados en tamaña traición fuesen castigados con la pena de esclavitud perpetua para ellos, para sus mujeres y para sus hijos, con la pérdida de sus bienes y con ser esparcidos por todo el reino, poniendo de esta suerte entre unos y otros tierra por medio, y dejándolos en tan bajo y miserable estado que nada pudiesen ejecutar en ofensa del rey ni de los cristianos. Grandes fueron las violencias y crueldades que se cometieron en daño de los judíos, por los que tenían obligación de desempeñar tan rigorosas órdenes. Estos obraban a su entero albedrío, en dar por cómplices en la traición a cuantos querían. Estos confiscaban los bienes sin tener los oídos abiertos a los descargos que pudieran traer en su defensa los acusados. Y estos, en fin, encaminaban todos sus pasos, llevando por guía, cuando no el odio a los hebreos, la codicia de apoderarse de sus bienes. Creen algunos que estas persecuciones contra los judíos se mitigaron en el reinado de Witiza, monarca a quien nos pintan los escritores de su tiempo como un dechado de virtudes, y los de siglos más cercanos al nuestro como un monstruo de todo linaje de maldades. No es mi propósito alabar ni deprimir la memoria de este rey. Sobrados vituperios de ella se leen en nuestros historiadores, y excelente defensa de sus hechos en una obrita del célebre escritor Gloria de España, don Gregorio Mayans y Ciscar, que corre en manos de los hombres doctos, llevando por título estas palabras: El rey Witiza defendido. El arzobispo don Rodrigo, en su Historia Latina de las Cosas de España, dice que este monarca, comillas, habiendo violado los privilegios de las iglesias, restituyó a los judíos y los honró más que a las iglesias con privilegios de mayor inmunidad. Fin de comillas. Lo mismo afirma Ambrosio de Morales y con él Juan de Mariana y otros no menos graves autores de los que han tratado de historias españolas. Ningún escritor godo habla cosa alguna de esta protección a los judíos dada por el rey Witiza. Isidoro, obispo de Badajoz, llamado por esta causa el Pacense, loando las virtudes y los hechos notables de semejante monarca, dice que después de la muerte de su padre Egica, no bien comenzó a regir a los habitadores de España, sin sujeción a persona alguna, hizo público un olvido general de los delitos de que habían sido acusados en el anterior reinado varios magnates, y tras de restituirles sus bienes injustamente confiscados, les concedió permiso, no sólo para volver a la península, sino también para residir en su corte, y hasta en palacio, cerca de su persona. Quien primero difundió la noticia de que el rey Witiza ordenó la vuelta a España de los judíos ausentes y perseguidos, y que les dio varios y grandes privilegios y exenciones, fue don Lucas, obispo de Tuy, por medio del cronicon que compuso en el año de 1235, y esto hizo, no siguiendo el parecer de ningún autor godo, sino llevando sin duda por norte en su camino consejas de la plebe o falsas relaciones de escritores arábigos, y dando ocasión al arzobispo don Rodrigo y a don Alonso el Sabio, para que fundados en su autoridad estampasen semejante patraña en las narraciones de los sucesos habidos en la península hasta los tiempos en que vivieron. Cosa fuera de duda es que los judíos españoles durante el largo reinado de Witiza fueron mantenidos en el más intolerable cautiverio y que no adelantaron el menor paso en el propósito de terminar la rigorísima opresión y la vileza en que habían sido puestos por otros monarcas. Pero no pasó mucho tiempo sin que se levantasen las esperanzas del centro de la tierra, en donde estuvieron por espacio de tantos años escondidas. El rey Rodrigo, con haber ocupado el trono en daño de los hijos de Witiza, sin ser electo por el pueblo y recibiendo solamente de las manos del Senado la investidura regia, contra toda razón, ley y derecho, dio ocasión de que el reino se dividiese en bandos y que los judíos viesen en ellos cerca el momento de romper las puertas por donde habían de salir de la amarga cautividad en que vivían. Tales parcialidades fueron unas chispas que bastaron a encender el ánimo de ellos y a alentarlos de tal suerte a la libertad y a la venganza que comenzaron a trazar el modo de abrazar y destruir a sus opresores. De la misma suerte que un río, a quien ponen compuertas para que no anegue los campos, y él, volviendo con mayor ímpetu, que primero las rompe y se arroja más violentamente sobre ellos, causando más estragos y destrucciones. Así los oprimidos hebreos, habiendo malogrado por tantas y tan repetidas veces la acción de quebrantar sus cadenas, hallaron por fin el modo de vengarse de sus enemigos, demostrando claramente a los reyes y a los que tienen a su cargo la gobernación de grandes estados que hay males que necesitan por lo común blandos remedios, y que muchas veces la violencia de la cura y las inhumanas operaciones no hacen más que solaparlos repentinamente y por mayor o menor espacio de tiempo, sin que sirvan de estorbos para que vuelvan a fatigar el cuerpo con más furia y ocasionen en él más agudos, más graves y más peligrosos dolores, y aun la muerte. Cuando los gobernantes imaginan que para conseguir sus designios todo es lícito, aunque sea contra todo orden, toda ley y toda costumbre, y llevan sus decretos puestos en la punta de la espada, los pueblos, dejándose vencer a la necesidad, se rinden a la violencia de las armas, guardando siempre en sus corazones el deseo de sacudir el yugo y el de vengar su cautiverio. Este fuego, aunque esté encubierto, no necesita para levantarse más que un soplo del aire. Y así los pueblos en sus motines o rebeliones, y más cuando han sido sin causa oprimidos, siguen los peores ejemplos, y se valen también de los peores, de los más atrevidos y de los más sangrientos y de los más feroces medios. Yo no digo que los judíos que conspiraron contra la vida de reyes y contra el estado de quien eran vasallos fuesen dejados sin castigo, pero hay ocasiones en que la sobra de rigor se convierte en falta de cordura. Nunca se conocen los buenos y diestros pilotos en la bonanza, sino cuando el bajel es arrebatado por las furiosas olas, viéndose en un punto empujado hasta las nubes y derribado a los abismos del mar, y a riesgo de ser hecho pedazos contra las rocas. Sentencia es de grandes políticos que aquel de quien todos temen está obligado para la conservación de su vida y de su imperio a temer de todos. Hasta ahora, la mayor parte de los historiadores, al tratar de la pérdida de España, la han atribuido a unos deshonestos amores del rey Rodrigo con la hija del conde don Julián, vengados por éste, incitando a los árabes a la conquista de la península, y dándoles todo el favor que pudo, así con sus parientes y allegados, como con sus amigos y los de su parcialidad. Otros la atribuyen a la cólera divina, ofendida por haber quebrantado Rodrigo las puertas de una cueva encantada que estaba cerca de Toledo, en una de las bandas del caudaloso Tajo. Pero uno y otro suceso no son más que novelerías, pues no tienen otro fundamento que las hablillas y consejas del vulgo, y los cantarcillos populares y romances inventados por moros y cristianos con el fin de entretener la ociosidad. Lo indudable es que los hijos de Witiza y otros nobles ofendidos de la usurpación del trono godo hecha por Rodrigo, de la crueldad de su gobierno y de su mal vivir, pasaron a África, con propósito de solicitar vivamente de Musa la entrada de tropas árabes en España. Dio oídos a sus razones este atrevidísimo y famoso guerrero, mas antes de empeñar su palabra y su gente en esta empresa, comenzó a hacer secretas averiguaciones por medio de los judíos que estaban avecindados en África y que continuamente se carteaban con los españoles. Estos respondieron que España estaba sin fuerzas y vigor, dividido el reino en parcialidades, desmantelados los castillos, ofendidos muchos nobles por el tiránico yugo del monarca, dado a los vicios, los plebeyos oprimidos de la miseria, los tesoros exhaustos por haber sustentado tantas y tan largas guerras civiles, el mar sin bajeles, la tierra sin tropas, y falta en fin de los dos nervios principales que mantienen todo el cuerpo de los estados, la agricultura y el comercio. Ofrecieron también los judíos ayudar en cuanto pudiesen a la toma de España, siempre que les fuese permitido después de la victoria vivir ellos, sus mujeres y sus hijos en la ley de Moisés, y que no los turbasen ni afligiesen con castigos y otros rigores. Esta respuesta encendió el ánimo de Musa y lo alentó a conseguir presa tan fácil, y así, habida licencia del califa, ordenó que el caudillo Tarik, con escogida caballería, desembarcase en las opuestas costas andaluces para reconocer la tierra. Con 500 caballeros árabes y en 4 barcos grandes, pasó el estrecho de Hércules y aportó felizmente a las marinas españolas. Corriéronlas los muslimes, tomando algunos ganados y gentes, sin que nadie le saliese al encuentro. Con esta presa y buen suceso, tornó Tarik con sus caballeros a Tánger, en donde fue bien recibido. Levantó entonces Musa un poderoso ejército y lo puso a las órdenes del mismo caudillo. Pasaron estas tropas el estrecho y saltaron en la tierra donde hoy está Algeciras. Intentaron los españoles cerrarles y defenderles vanamente el paso, pues tras de ligeras escaramuzas pusiéronse en huida. Tarik mandó quemar sus naves para quitar a su ejército la seguridad de salvarse de la muerte, si con algún revés lo castigaba la fortuna, acción que fue imitada 9 siglos después, en la conquista de los reinos de Nueva España por el famoso capitán Hernán Cortés, y que tan alabada ha sido por los historiadores de aquella empresa. El caudillo español que había hecho rostro a los árabes llamábase Tadmir, el cual escribió al rey diciéndole la llegada de aquellas gentes de la parte de África, lo que trabajó cuando se vio acometido de improviso por ellas. Para defenderles la entrada, que tuvo que ceder a la muchedumbre, que acampaban en la tierra y que comenzaban a hacer correrías, que enviase en socorro suyo toda la gente que pudiese allegar, y por último, que la necesidad y el aprieto eran tales, que si el mismo rey no entraba en campaña con todas las fuerzas de su reino, sería inevitable su pérdida. alborotóse Rodrigo con la nueva, y juntando a los de su consejo y a los principales caballeros que residían en su corte y cerca de su persona, les habló en estos términos, comillas, gentes feroces, venidas de África, han entrado en nuestras tierras, talando los campos, tomando los ganados y cautivando las personas. Los que han hecho rostro han sido disipados con la misma presteza que el águila suele desbaratar una bandada de palomas. Aprestad las armas y los caballos, empuñad los aceros, volemos al campo de los árabes, atropellemos sus escuadrones y hagamos en ellos horrible y espantosa matanza. Y si la fortuna mira con agradable y risueño semblante a los enemigos y nos arrebata los laureles de la victoria, moriremos matando. Vosotros sois los descendientes de aquellos godos, terror de Roma. Vosotros sois los descendientes de aquellos godos, espanto y admiración del orbe. Vosotros, en fin, sois la flor y la gloria de España. Corred, corred, no permitáis con la tardanza que su Dios les dé ayuda. El nuestro nos puso las armas en los brazos y la constancia en los corazones. Libres somos y libres seremos, aunque nos amanecen los árabes con cadenas, porque nuestro esfuerzo va a arrancarlas de sus manos, para luego oprimir con ellas sus indómitas cervices. Pero si estorba nuestros intentos la fortuna, antes que esclavos de los árabes, mírenos muertos el mundo, y antes que muertos o vencidos, démosle otras muestras del valor que heredamos, del aliento que tenemos y del poder con que nos resistimos. Fin de comillas. Levantó Rodrigo un ejército de 90,000 y con ellos llegó a los campos de Jerez. Toda la nobleza de su reino se había apercibido para hallarse en esta jornada. Unos iban armados de lorigas y de perpuntes, otros solamente de lanzas, escudos y espadas, otros con arcos, saetas y hondas, otros con hachas, mazas y guadañas cortantes. Los caudillos árabes juntaron la caballería que andaba desmandada y corriendo la tierra. Ordenados los escuadrones, les dirigió Tarik una plática semejante a esta. Comillas. Oh muslimes, ¿veis ese poderoso ejército bajo cuyos pies tiembla la tierra y que hace resonar los aires con el crujido de las armas, con el estruendo de las trompas y a tambores, y con los alaridos con que se anima a la pelea? ¿Veis cuán mayor es en número al de nosotros? Pues bien, volved los ojos a la otra parte. ¿Qué miráis? Un mar que nos negará campo abierto a la huida, si con un infeliz revés nos maltratase la fortuna. En esta parte no esperemos amparo ni abrigo, sino la muerte. Si sólo fuere la muerte, acostumbrados estáis a esperarla con pie firme y con sereno rostro, pero con ella nos espera la infamia. Volved los ojos a la otra parte. Si morís a manos de ese ejército, será con honor y con gloria. Si lo desbaratáis, esas tierras y cuantas riquezas halléis en ellas serán de vosotros. Dios y nuestro arrojo pueden salvarnos solamente. En uno y otro tengo mi confianza. Acordaos de las pasadas victorias con que honrasteis a nuestra patria y a vuestro nombre. No con torpe e inconsiderado miedo desvanezcáis lo que tanta fatiga ha costado, y no deis ocasión a que duden los enemigos si fuimos nosotros aquellos muslimes, famosos en la tierra por su singular esfuerzo y constancia en las batallas, y a quienes tanta valerosa nación ha inclinado la cerviz para sufrir las cadenas que les pongamos. Fin de comillas. Acometiéronse los dos ejércitos con enemigo furor. No bien apareció en el oriente la mañana, y durante todo aquel día mantúvose dudosa la victoria. La noche con sus sombras separó a los contrarios, e hizo suspender el escarnizado enojo y matanza. Salido el sol, acompañado de rayos, embistiéronse nuevamente, pero con la misma fortuna, ni favorable ni adversa para ambos ejércitos. Al tercero día de la espantosa refriega, viendo Tarik que en los muslimes iba cayendo el valor, alzándose en los estribos y dando a su caballo aliento, soltó la voz a estas razones. Comillas. Esforzados muslimes, siempre vencedores, nunca vencidos. ¿Qué ciego furor os guía a dejar el campo y la victoria por el godo enemigo? ¿Dónde está vuestro arrojo? ¿Dónde vuestras pasadas glorias? ¿Dónde la constancia? Seguidme, pues, en poder de ese ejército está nuestra honra. Saquémosla de sus manos y mueran cuantos lo componen a las nuestras. No es razón que haya quien diga al mundo que pudo más en vuestros corazones el torpe miedo que la memoria de las heroicas hazañas que consiguieron vuestros abuelos, y de las que nos han hecho tan famosos y tan temidos, tan respetados y tan potentes. Fin de comillas. Y dando riendas a su feroz caballo, se entró en el ejército godo, atropellando e hiriendo a cuantos intentaban vanamente cerrarle el paso. Embistieron con igual ánimo los muslimes, a los que casi tenían por suya la victoria. Peleaban unos con otros, pie con pie, y con no vista furia. Herían y mataban con sus picas y espadas. Los de a caballo, como era llano el campo, alanceaban a su placer, entrando y saliendo a media rienda por los escuadrones enemigos. Y aunque ellos y sus caballos andaban heridos, no por eso dejaban de batallar como los valientes guerreros. Mientras más recia estaba la refriega, doblado esfuerzo mostraban los de a pie, que aunque heridos y con más heridas de refresco, no curaban de apretárselas por no pararse a ello, pues el coraje de los enemigos no daba lugar más que para matar o morir. En esto, Tarik llegó al carro bélico en que iba Rodrigo, lo acometió desaforadamente y pasó de una lanzada el pecho del rey. Cayó muerto el malaventurado Rodrigo, y Tarik tomó su cabeza para enviarla a Musa y darle con ella una muestra de la próspera fortuna de sus armas. Con la muerte del rey y de muchos y muy principales caballeros godos, los que quedaron con vida empezaron a aflojar la batalla y a irse retrayendo. Siguieron el alcance los muslimes de a caballo, pues con la ganada victoria ni las heridas les dolían, ni la hambre ni la sed los fatigaban, y parecía que no habían tenido ni pasado males ni trabajos. Conocióse el valor y resolución que hubo en el campo godo, en que casi todos cubrían con sus cuerpos el lugar que defendieron en vida, y en que los moribundos mostraban el aspecto de ferocidad que solían tener. No alcanzaron los árabes esta victoria, sin pérdida de sangre, porque los más esforzados o perecieron en la batalla o sacaron de ella cruelísimas heridas. Mezclóse diversamente por todo el campo el llanto con la alegría, el contento con la tristeza. Sonaban los aires con el estruendo de las trompas y de los atambores que celebraban el buen suceso de las armas de Tarik, y resonaban las quejas de los heridos y moribundos. Los que fueron a despojar los cadáveres y apresar los bastimentos, municiones y demás botín, hallaban junto al cuerpo del enemigo el del deudo, el del hermano, el del padre, y en fin, el de la persona a quien más amaban o a quien más aborrecían. Esta espantosa refriega acaeció en el año de 711. Los caballeros godos que habían podido escapar de la batalla con vida se retrajeron a las principales ciudades y comenzaron a ponerlas en la defensa que permitía la furiosa presteza de los enemigos en derramar sus aguerridas huestes por España. Pequeño era el ejército de estos comparado con lo arduo de la empresa, pero después de tan importante vencimiento, nada bastaba a embarazar el vuelo que iban tomando sus conquistas. Delante de ellos caminaba la nueva de la rota infeliz del campo godo en las márgenes del Guadalete, llevando tras sí el espanto y temor de los naturales de la tierra, y pintando la fiereza y el poderío de los árabes con los más vivos colores que podía facilitar la admiración de caso tan grave y lastimoso, pues las desdichas suelen ser siempre más terribles imaginadas que sucedidas. Los judíos españoles vieron cercano el instante de quebrantar sus cadenas, y así comenzaron a cobrar aliento, de la misma suerte que aquellos que caminan llevando sobre sus hombros un grave peso, luego que rinden la carga que los fatigaba, ni piensan en los trabajos pasados ni en el descanso presente, y sólo reciben contento con el placer de que ya respiran con toda libertad sus corazones. En las grandes ciudades que ganaba Tarik, bien a sangre y fuego, bien por capitulaciones honrosas y de provecho para los vencidos, dejaba en su custodia y para su guarnición algunos árabes, pero fiando toda la seguridad de ellas en los muchos judíos en quienes había puesto las armas en las manos, ya para que los ayudasen en la empresa de reducir a su obediencia la península hispánica, ya para alentarlos a salir de su cautividad y a destruir a aquellos que por tantos años habían oprimido a los descendientes de la antigua nación judaica. Con estos y con pocos de su ejército, fortaleció las ciudades de Sevilla, Córdoba, Toledo y otras. Granada quedó encomendada tan solo a ellos, de donde nació ser conocida en los primeros tiempos de la dominación arábiga en España por villa de judíos. Esto creo que demuestra claramente cuán corto era el número de los cristianos que tomaron partido en favor de los muslimes, cuando la pérdida de España, puesto que no bastaban a fortalecer las populosas ciudades. A menos que no se diga que los árabes, viendo que la amistad de los godos estaba fundada en odios crueles y ambiciones, flaquísimos cimientos que suelen dar en tierra inesperadamente con los edificios que sobre ellos descansan, no quisieron fiar toda la seguridad de sus conquistas en manos de hombres tan viles que por satisfacer sus deseos de venganza no dudaron en acabar con su dominación en España y con la libertad de sus patricios. Sin embargo, lo más conforme a la razón es que todos los cristianos que incitaron a los árabes a esta conquista y les dieron calor en tamaña empresa fueron pocos en número, y esos sirvieron de guía al ejército árabe para domar las fuerzas de los que intentaban atajarle el paso. Los judíos, por otra parte, eran muchos, todos afectos a los conquistadores, ya por haber acudido estos al llamamiento que les hicieron para la toma y reducción de la península hispánica, ya por haber salido con su ayuda de la opresión en que tan desdichada y miserablemente habían vivido por espacio de tantos años. Y estos fueron los frutos que cogieron los godos de las cruelísimas persecuciones hechas a los judíos, sin considerar que las ofensas deben esperar la venganza de los ofendidos, y que más fácilmente se lleva a los hombres por la razón y el convencimiento que por la fuerza, pues nadie encuentra dificultades en caminar por sendas cubiertas de flores, y todos se arredran en trepar por ásperos montes llenos de zarzas y de abrojos, y cercados de precipicios y derrumbaderos. Es cierto que hay cosas fáciles de suceder y dificultosas de ser creídas. Una de ellas sería entonces la determinación atrevidísima que tomaron los oprimidos hebreos para despedir de sus hombros el yugo que los fatigaba y cobrar su libertad para siempre. Pero en las empresas graves deben considerar los mortales antes de acometerlas, cuántos daños o cuántos peligros nacerán de ellas. Y aunque la prudencia humana no puede señalar los fines a las cosas, es indudable que mucha parte alcanza el tenerlos adversos o favorables el modo con que se dirigen. En oprimir tan inconsiderada y fieramente a los hebreos, obraron los godos como el caballo que es amedrentado en una tormenta por los rayos que bajan desprendidos de las nubes, y que corre desbocado por salvarse, sin ver por dónde camina, hasta que impelido por su misma furia, se precipita sobre un caudaloso río que va en aquella sazón hinchado con las continuas lluvias y mucho más soberbio que suele a perder en el mar sus aguas y su nombre. No pensar en los fines de las cosas es dar por huir de un peligro incierto, no en otro mayor, sino en uno donde no pueden alcanzar los remedios ni la industria de los mortales, y sea necesario remitir al tiempo la cura de los daños que ocasione. Fin del libro primero de la Historia de los Judíos en España, por Don Adolfo de Castro, narrado por Claudia Barrett.
Old Country Inns of England by Henry Maskell and Edward W. Gregory. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 1. Manorial Inns. Which among the 1,000 of old inns to be met with on our country roads has a right to be called the oldest? There are many claimants. The title deeds of the Saracen's Head at Newark refer back to 1341. Local antiquaries cite documentary evidence to prove that the Seven Stars at Manchester existed before the year 1356. Simon Poton, who founded St. Catherine's Hospital for Poor Pilgrims at Rochester in 1316, is described as of the Crown Inn. A Nottingham ballad relates the adventures of one Dame Rose, who kept the Ram in that town in the days of good King Stephen. Then we have the witness of the German ambassador to the comfort and excellence of the fountain at Canterbury, where he lodged there in 1299, on the occasion of the marriage of King Edward I to Margaret of France. Nay, the legend runs that within its walls the four murderers of St. Thomas arranged the last details of their plot in 1170, and that the wife of Earl Godwin stayed at this inn in 1029. But what are all these compared with the Fighting Cocks at St. Albans, said to be the oldest inhabited house in England? A few years ago its signboard modestly chronicled the fact that it had been rebuilt after the flood. Nevertheless, we can safely assert that no English inn has a history of more than 800 years, and that very few hostelries can trace their independent existence to a period earlier than the 14th century. Until the towns had acquired rights of self-government and trade had in consequence begun to expand, there was little occasion for inns. England, under the Norman kings, was a purely agricultural country, with scattered villages where dependent tillers of the soil grouped their clay-walled thatched hovels around church and manor house. Even ancient towns, with a record of 1,000 years, were merely rather larger villages on a navigable river or a cross road. Foreign merchant ships were just beginning to call once more at the seaports on the chance of trade. Traveling on the roads was attended with serious dangers and inconveniences. Robbers abounded, some not so courteous and discriminating as the legendary Robin Hood. Armed retainers at the tail of some noble lord's retinue were occasionally not above a little highway robbery on their own account, and if the victim failed to beat off his assailant, his remedy at law was precarious at best. Such a band, if sufficiently numerous, would even go so far as to attack the king's officers, sent in pursuit of them. The journey might at any time be brought to an abrupt conclusion, because the travellers' horses and carts were forcibly commandeered by the purveyor to the king or some great noble. The roads themselves were in a disgraceful state, full of deep ruts, holes, and quagmires, quite impassable in wet weather. Their repair was left to chance or the goodwill of neighbouring owners. In the towns they were encumbered with heaps of refuse. The rolls of Parliament from the reign of Edward I onward contain numerous petitions for a regular highway tax. A curious illustration of the lack of any systematic authority over the roads, even as late as the 15th century, is preserved in the records of the manor of Aylesbury. A local miller, named Richard Booth, needed some ramming clay for the repair of his mill. Accordingly, his servants dug a great pit in the middle of the road, 10 feet wide and 8 feet deep, and so left it to become filled with water from the winter rains. A glover from Leighton Buzzard, on his way home from market, fell in and was drowned. Charged with manslaughter, the miller pleaded that he knew no place wherein to get the kind of clay he required except on the high road. He was acquitted. Furthermore, all England was parcelled out into manors, each a little principality in itself, presided over by a lord who in practice possessed summary rights over life and property within his domain. A stranger might be called upon to undergo a very searching examination to account for his presence in the neighbourhood. Most of the inhabitants were forbidden to leave the domain without the consent of their lord. Not that this was a great hardship. The idea of a journey rarely occurs to the bucolic mind, and fully half the rural population of England in these days of cheap railway excursions are content to spend their lives within their native parish, or at any rate never venture beyond the market town. In every manor there was a manor house, the residence of the lord and the centre of the life of the community. It was usually quite a simple building on the main street near the church. Here were held the manor courts, view of frank pledge, assize of bread and ale, and other quaint customs, some of which have come down to our own days. Hither at hocktide and harvest would come the tenants and their wives, bringing their own platters, cups, and napkins for their feast. Such few travellers as were benighted on the road, small merchants or peddlers going to a local fair, a knight or squire on his way to court, king's messengers and officials would naturally put up at the manor house. Hospitality was so rarely called for that it was willingly afforded, just as it is at an Australian homestead in the backwoods. One more sleeping place on the rushes in the hall, another seat at the common table, above or below the salt, according to the hostler's estimate of the guest's condition in life, was no great matter. Doubtless each in his own degree made his present to the hostler in the morning. The butler in a country house still expects his solatium from the parting guest. By the middle of the 14th century the roads had become more frequented, and it was no longer the fashion for the lord to reside in the comparatively humble manor house. The cost of living had seriously increased. The nobility were impoverished by attendance at court, the foreign wars, and their crowd of retainers. So the lord retired to his more secluded castle or country seat, leaving strangers to be entertained at the manor house by a steward, who afterwards was replaced by a regular innkeeper as tenant. Throughout these changes the family crest or arms remained on the front of the building, or sometimes the manor house was turned to other uses, and an inn was built close by, and the coat of arms hung over the door in order to induce travellers to transfer their custom thither. Such is the origin of the official inn throughout feudal Europe. But in the Black Forest and the Tyrol, the process was sometimes completely reversed. As the nobility became poorer, they parted with their estates and turned innkeepers. One can still now and then make the surprising discovery that mine host is by birth a baron, actually entitled to bear the arms above his door, and that it is his ancestors who sleep under those magnificent marble tombs in the minster hard by. Inns with heraldic emblems for their signs, or called the Norfolk Arms, Dorset Arms, Neville Arms, according to the local landowner, abound everywhere, the actual arms scarcely ever being emblazoned on account of the heavy tax on armorial bearings, but it is not easy to trace their connection with the manor house. Manors have been alienated over and over again. With each change the sign on the inn has usually been repainted with the arms of the new owner. One of the few exceptions is the Tiger at Lindfield, which carries us back to the Michaelborns of the 14th century. For a characteristic example of a manorial inn, we must invite our readers to visit the sleepy town of Midhurst, venerable in its winding streets of projecting upper stories, deeply moulded eaves and gables, a town nestling among the gentler slopes of the South Downs, on the banks of that sweetest and most musical of trout streams, the Sussex Rother. Here is an old inn, far away from the great roads which no vandal has yet ventured to rebuild. The older portion dates from about 1430, and no doubt stands on the site of the original manor house of the de Bohuns. It is an excellent example of an early timber-framed house of the better class, with massive old oak ceilings, ingle nooks, and down fires. The old fireplaces and recessed ovens are pronounced by experts to be genuine 14th century work. A very large addition was made in 1650, when the stables were also built. This latter portion will not be regretted by the visitor who loves more comfort and cheery surroundings than is possible in a conscientiously preserved 14th century hotel. In clearing away the paint from one of the panelled rooms at the Spread Eagle, an inscription was discovered. The Queen's Room, possibly referring to the much-travelled Queen Elizabeth, who was entertained marvellously, nay, rather excessively, by Sir Anthony Browne, 1st Viscount Montague, at Cowdray in 1591. A melancholy interest attaches to the sign of the spread eagle. It was the crest of the Montague family, which came to an end in 1793 with the drowning of the last Viscount Montague at Schaffhausen, on the Rhine, in the very same week that his splendid mansion at Cowdray was destroyed by fire. It is worth noting that the double-gabled house in the foreground of our first picture of the spread eagle, once also an inn, now a cozy temperance hotel, was built early in the 17th century by an ancestor of Richard Cobden. On royal manors the crown was more frequently employed as a distinguishing mark of the manorial hall than the royal arms. Inns having for their signs the King's Arms have usually assumed this title during the Reformation period, when the royal arms were ordered to be set up in the churches. An exception is the King's Arm Hotel at Godalming, which has every reason to claim to be the original inn of the royal manor. The present building is not much more than 2 centuries old, a fine substantial example of red brick domestic architecture in the reign of good Queen Anne. An oak-panelled room is shown to visitors as that in which Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia, slept during his visit to England. The landlord's bill on this occasion is preserved as a curiosity in the Bodleian Library. The items of the bill are as follows: breakfast, half a sheep, a quarter of lamb, 10 pullets, 12 chickens, 3 quarts of brandy, 6 quarts of mulled wine, 7 dozen of eggs, with salad in proportion. At dinner, the company had 5 ribs of beef weighing 3 stone, 1 sheep weighing 50 pound, 3 quarters of lamb, a shoulder and loin of veal boiled, 8 pullets, 8 rabbits, 2½ dozen sack, and 1 dozen of claret. The number of guests was 21. There is another old inn at Godalming with the sign of 3 Lions. We have not been able to obtain any authentic information about its history, and it may be only a coincidence that the royal arms before Edward III quartered the arms of France consisted of 3 lions on a shield. Even if inns that can prove their authentic manorial origin are few and far between, this class of hostelry must once have been the most important of all. The nomenclature of the 13th century manor is preserved in every detail of the modern inn. The hostler remains as the ostler, who now usually confines his attention to 4-footed visitors. The chamberlain has changed his sex, though only since the days of Sir Roger de Coverley, and has become the chambermaid. In most old manor houses provisions, wine, and ale were served from a special department close to the porch and called the bower, from Norse bur, meaning buttery. Frequenters of a modern inn resort for the same purpose to the bar. Lastly, the presiding genius in every hotel or tavern, no matter how humble, is invariably referred to as the landlord. The very word inn, like the French hôtel, anciently implied the town residence of a nobleman. The inns of court were nearly all of them houses of the nobility converted for the purpose of lodging the law students there. The same remark applies to the inns which preceded the cloistered colleges of our older universities. But we usually know the English inn by a much nobler name, a name which carries us back to an age many generations before there were any manorial lords to the tribal chief, and beyond the tribal chieftain to the common dwelling of our Aryan forefathers. We generally refer to it as the public house. It is the one secular place of resort where we can all forget our social differences, where millionaire and pauper, nobleman and navvy can hobnob together on equal ground if they care to do so. The public house opens its doors to every well-behaved citizen without distinction of persons. It is the abiding witness to the common brotherhood of man. For the public house is not merely an institution to provide lodging and refreshment for the individual wayfarer, nor yet a shop for the sale of certain specific liquids. It is a place where men can meet to entertain each other, and converse with their fellow men on equal terms. As such, it is hateful to the sectary who would fain see men sorted out into exclusive coteries for the airing of their own opinions and class grievances. End of Old Country Inns of England by Henry Maskell and Edward W. Gregory. Chapter 1.
Petrarch's Letters to Classical Authors by Francisco Petrarch. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. To M.T. Cicero. I have read thy letters through to the end most eagerly, letters for which I had diligently searched far and wide, and which I finally came upon where I least expected. I have heard thee speak on many subjects, give voice to many laments, and waver frequently in thy opinions, O Marcus Tullius. Hitherto I knew what true counsel thou gavest to others. Now at last I have learned to what degree thou didst prove mentor to thyself. Wherever thou mayest be, hearken in turn to this. I shall not call it advice, but lament, a lament springing from sincere love, and uttered not without tears, by one of thy descendants who most dearly cherishes thy name. O thou ever restless and distressed spirit, or that thou mayest recognize thine own words, O thou rash and unfortunate old man! Why such countless enmities and rivalries bound to prove of absolutely no benefit to thee? Where didst thou forsake that peaceful ease so befitting to man in thy years, and of thy vocation, and of thy station in life? What false lustre of glory involved thee, although weighed down with years, in the wrangles and frays proper to youths, and, driving thee hither and thither through all the vicissitudes of fortune, hurried thee to an end unworthy of a philosopher? Alas, forgetful of the admonitions of thy brother, forgetful of thy own numerous and wholesome precepts, like a traveller in the night didst thou bear the light in the darkness, and didst enlighten for those following thee the path on which thou thyself didst stumble most wretchedly. I forbear to speak of Dionysius. I shall make no mention of thy brother, nor of thy nephew, and if it pleases thee, I shall pass over Dolabella too, men whom thou dost praise to the skies at one moment, and the next dost rail at in sudden wrath. Such examples of thy inconstancy may perhaps be excused. I omit mention of Julius Caesar even, whose oft-tested mercy proved a haven to refuge for those poor persons who had assailed him. I shall say naught of the great Pompey, with whom it seems that thou couldst accomplish anything thou didst set thy heart upon, such was the friendship between you. But what madness arrayed thee against Antony? Love for the Republic, I suppose thou wouldst answer. But, as thou thyself didst assert, the Republic had already been destroyed root and branch. If, however, it was pure loyalty, if it was love of liberty that impelled thee, and we are justified in thinking thus of so great a man as thou, what meant such intimacy with Augustus? Indeed, what possible answer can thou give to thy Brutus? If, says he, thou dost embrace the great Octavius, the evident conclusion will be, not that thou hast rid thyself of a master, but rather that thou hast sought a kindlier lord. There still remained this lamentable finishing stroke, O Cicero, that thou shouldest seek ill of that very man, notwithstanding thy previous high praise. and on what grounds? Not because he was doing thee any wrong, but merely because he did not oppose those who were. I grieve at thy lot, my friend. I am ashamed of thy many great shortcomings, and I take compassion on thee. And so, even as did Brutus, I attach no importance to that knowledge with which I know that thou wert so thoroughly imbued. Forsooth, what boots it to instruct others? Of what profit to discourse eternally on the virtues, and that, too, in most eloquent terms, if at the same time one turns a deaf ear to his own instructions? Ah, how much better had it been for a man of declining years, and especially for one devoted to studies, even as thou, to have lived his last days in the quiet of the country, meditating, as thou thyself hast said somewhere, on that everlasting life, and not on this fleeting one. How much better had it been never to have held office, never to have longed for triumphs, never to have vaunted of crushing such men as Catiline. But 'tis vain indeed to talk thus. Farewell forever, my Cicero. Written in the land of the living on the right bank of the river Adige in Verona, the city of Transpodane, Italy, on the 16th day before the calends of Quintilius, June 16, in the 1345th year from the birth of that God whom thou never knewest. End of Petrarch's Letters to Classical Authors, Chapter 1, to M.T. Cicero. Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship and Travels by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Chapter 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Chapter 1. The play was late in breaking up. Old Barbara went more than once to the window and listened to the sound of the carriages. She was waiting for MaryAnn, her pretty mistress, who had that night, in the afterpiece, been acting the part of a young officer, to the no small delight of the public. Barbara's impatience was greater than it used to be, when she had nothing but a frugal supper to present. On this occasion MaryAnn was to be surprised by a packet, which Norberg, a young and wealthy merchant, had sent by the post, to show that in absence he still thought of his love. As an old servant, as a confidant, counsellor, manager, and housekeeper, Barbara assumed the privilege of opening seals, and this evening she had the less been able to restrain her curiosity, as the favour of the open-handed gallant was more a matter of anxiety with herself than with her mistress. On breaking up the packet, she had found, with unfeigned satisfaction, that it held a piece of fine muslin and some ribbons of the newest fashion for MaryAnn, with a quantity of calico, 2 or 3 handkerchiefs, and a modern rouleau of money for herself. Her esteem for the absent Norberg was of course unbounded. She meditated only how she might best present him to the mind of MaryAnn, best bring to her recollection what she owed him, and what he had a right to expect from her fidelity and thankfulness. The muslin, with the ribbons half unrolled to set it off by their colours, lay like a Christmas present on the small table. The position of the lights increased the glitter of the gilt. All was in order when the old woman heard MaryAnn's steps on the stairs, and hastened to meet her. But what was her disappointment when the little female officer, without deigning to regard her caresses, rushed past her with unusual speed and agitation, threw her hat and sword upon the table, and walked hastily up and down, bestowing not a look on the lights or any portion of the apparatus. "What ails thee, my darling?" exclaimed the astonished Barbara. "For heaven's sake, what is the matter? Look here, my little child. See what a present! And who could have sent it but the kindest of friends? Norberg has given thee the muslin to make the nightgown of. He will soon be here himself. He seems to be fonder and more generous than ever." Barbara went to the table that she might exhibit the memorials with which Norberg had likewise honored her, when MaryAnn, turning away from the presence, exclaimed with vehemence, "Off! Off! Not a word of all this tonight. I have yielded to thee. Thou hast willed it. Be it so. When Norberg comes, I am his, am thine, am anyone's. Make of me what thou pleasest. But till then I will be my own. And, if thou hast 1,000 tongues, thou shouldest never talk me from my purpose. All that is my own will I give up for him who loves me, whom I love. No sour faces. I will abandon myself to his affection, as if it were to last forever." The old damsel had abundance of objections and serious considerations to allege. In the progress of the dialogue she was growing bitter and keen, when MaryAnn sprang at her and seized her by the breast. The old damsel laughed aloud. "I must have a care," she cried, "that you don't get into pantaloons again, if I mean to be sure of my life. Come, doff you. The girl will beg my pardon for the foolish things the boy is doing to me. Off with the frock, off with them all. The dress beseems you not. It is dangerous for you, I observe. The epaulets make you too bold." Thus speaking, she laid hands upon her mistress. MaryAnn pushed her off, exclaiming, "Not so fast. I expect a visit tonight." "Visit," rejoined Barbara. "You surely do not look for Meister, the young, soft-hearted, callow merchant's son." "Just for him," replied MaryAnn. "Generosity appears to be growing your ruling passion," said the old woman with a grin. "You connect yourself with miners and moneyless people, as if they were the chosen of the earth. Doubtless it is charming to be worshipped as a benefactress." "Jeer as thou pleasest. I love him, I love him. With what rapture do I now, for the first time, speak the word. This is the passion I have mimicked so often, when I knew not what it meant. Yes, I will throw myself about his neck. I will clasp him as if I could hold him forever. I will show him all my love, will enjoy all his in its whole extent." "Moderate yourself," said the old dame coolly. "Moderate yourself. A single word will interrupt your rapture. Norberg is coming in a fortnight. Here is the letter that arrived with the packet. And though the morrow were to rob me of my friend, I will conceal it from myself and him. A fortnight, an age. Within a fortnight what may not happen, what may not alter." Here William entered. We need not say how fast she flew to meet him, with what rapture he clasped the red uniform, and pressed the beautiful wearer of it to his bosom. It is not for us to describe the blessedness of two lovers. Old Barbara went grumbling away. We shall retire with her, and leave the happy two alone. End of Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship and Travels by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Chapter 1.